Pleasant good morning, Virgin Islands, and good morning to my colleagues, good morning to our testifiers, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is hereby called to order. Pleasant good morning to all present, listening and viewing. Welcome to the first Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance. I'm Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., and I'm honored to chair the committee this term. Serving alongside me on this committee are Senator Marvin Blyden, the Vice Chair, Senators DeGraff, Senator Fonseca, Senator Fredericks, Senator James, and that's Maurice James, and Senator Kurt VLA. One of the responsibilities of the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is to ascertain and report on the financial condition of the government of the Virgin Islands, and to also investigate and recommend ways to meet both existing and proposed financial obligations of the government. Today, we have invited for an update on the Territory's finances, the Governor's financial team, which is comprised of the heads of the Department of Finance, the Office of Management and Budget, the Bureau of Internal Revenue, the Tax Assessor's Office, the Office of Disaster Recovery, also with us today to provide context of hiring, union negotiation, and federally funded projects are the Division of Personnel and the Office of Collective Bargaining and the Department of Public Works. Please join me for a moment of silence for Ira Mills, the Territory's tax assessor for the Office of the Lieutenant Governor and who served as the Director of the Office of Management and Budget in the Territorial administration. Mr. Mills brought to this financial team a keen understanding of government, financial and tax laws, fiscal responsibility and stewardship. My condolences to his family, this financial team, and his colleagues at the Office of Lieutenant Governor. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Moment of silence. Thank you. Today's meeting has taken place at this territory and the entire nation, considering the financial impact of cutbacks proposed by the new Trump administration. To bring awareness to the financial concerns of the territory, a small delegation comprised of Senate President Milton Potter, Senators VLA, Senator Blyden, and myself, as well as the chair of the Government Employees Retirement Board, and the GRS administrator traveled to Washington, D.C. last week to meet with the congressional woman, Plaskett, and other members of the Congress to both advocate for the rum cover-over and educate on the impact to the government employees retirement system. As we go forward today, my colleagues and I, as well as the people of the Virgin Islands, expect transparency and a robust discussion on the government's financial status to include collections, federal drawdowns, and the status of federal grants. Before we proceed, my congratulations to the Board of Directors, Commissioner Peterson and his team, and to the farmers, livestock producers, and vendors on the success of the 53rd Annual Agriculture and Food Fair. Congratulations are extended to Liliana Belado de O'Neill and her husband, Herberto de O'Neill, on naming of the Food Pavilion in their honor, to Farm Agriculture Commissioner Henry Schuster, on the naming of the Livestock Pavilion in his honor, posthumously to Ruben Liebert and the naming of the Farmers Market in his honor, and to the Livestock Farmer of the Year, Peter Polias, the Crop Farmer of the Year, Renell Allenbert, and Beekeeper of the Year, Trevor Warner. Special congratulations also extended to the legislature's own of Human Resources, Mr. Norman Edwards Jr., and the naming of the fairgrounds in his honor in recognition of his many years of contributions to the Virgin Islands Agriculture and Food Fair. As usual, this celebration of agriculture and our culture was a grand time enjoyed by one and all. Speaking of culture, the Territory has lost a culture bearer with the passing of Wayne Bully Peterson. Bully was a writer, a musician, a historian, and a storyteller. My condolences extended to his family, especially to my former staff member, Joy Peterson Benison, the Chief of Staff of Senator Avery Lewis, and to all who mourn his passing. At this time, I'd like to remind my colleagues as well as members to either turn your phone off or put them in silent, not to interrupt, and to ask the Madam Clerk to please do the roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca.
I'm here.
Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, present. Senator Kurt A. Vele. Senator Vele, absent. Mr. Chair, 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, we do have a quorum and prepared to proceed. Is there any correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I also want to recognize the non-committee members that's present with us this morning. Certainly we have the Senate Secretary, Senator Avery Lewis, present here this morning. We also have Clifford Joseph, Carla Joseph, as well as anyone else? Senator Franklin Johnson, out to the Frederickstead. I'm not looking in his direction right now. Welcome, Senators. Thank you for joining us this morning. At this time, we'll go to the testifiers table to introduce the, I'm sorry, go ahead and proceed with reading today's agenda into the record.
February 18, 2025, Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance meeting. The Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance will meet on Tuesday, February 18, 2025, 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lewitz Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix to receive testimony from the government's financial team on the Territory's finances to include the status of the vendor payments, property taxes, 90 through 120 days revenue collections, 90 through 120 days general expenditures, the Tourism Revolving Fund, compliance report in accordance with Act 8915, the line of credit, the Budget Stabilization Fund, the single payer utility, cash on hand, federal drawdowns, and the status of federal grants to include FEMA, ARPA and CARES, and the Epstein Fund, etc. The Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance will also receive testimony from the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works on the overview of capital projects, Territorial, Garvee funded projects, and update on the road projects and bridges, the status of the Paul E. Joseph Stadium, and the Vitron Maintenance and Operations Facility on St. Croix. Invited testifiers: the Honorable Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, VI Department of Finance. Mr. Julio Reimer, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Mr. Joel Lee, Director, VI Bureau of Internal Revenue. Mrs. Adrian Williams Octoline, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery. Mr. Brent Leder, Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Ms. Chalma Moorhead, Acting Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Mr. Josh Springett Esquire, Chief Negotiator, Office of the Collective Bargaining. Ms. Sidney L. Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel. The Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, VI Department of Public Works. This concludes today's reading of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'd also like to recognize the presence of our Senate President, Senator Milton Potter. Good morning, Senate President, and thank you for joining us. At this time, we'll go to the testifiers table to introduce our testifiers today, and of course, we'll start from my right. We'll start with the Director of Office of Disaster Recovery and work our way around.
Good morning, and thank you, Adrian Williams Octolin, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery.
Ms. Richardson.
Good morning. Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel.
Morning, Julia Reimer, Director of the Office of Management and Budget.
Good morning, Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of the Department of Finance.
Good morning, Joel Lee, the Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Good morning, Josh Springett, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining.
Morning.
Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Morning.
Good morning, Shalma Moorhead, Acting Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Morning. And now we'll go over to the St. Thomas District, Commissioner Derek Gabriel.
Good morning, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works.
And other members.
Good morning, Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager, Department of Public Works.
Good morning, Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works.
Morning.
Good morning, Brenda Carty, Assistant Director of Treasury, Department of Finance.
Morning.
Good morning, Ebony Serrano, Director of Accounting, Department of Finance.
Very well. Good morning. Good morning to all. And at this time, Commissioner McCurdy, you'll be leading the testimony. You may proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Noel Francis, Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, and members of the committee, other members of the 36th Legislature present, and the viewing and listening audience of the Virgin Islands. I am Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of the Department of Finance, and accompanying me today are the other members of the Governor's financial team, namely Julia Reimer, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, Joel Lee, Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Cindy Richardson, Director of the Division of Personnel, Josh Springett, Chief Negotiator of the Office of Collective Bargaining, Brent Leardham, Tax Collector, and Shalma Moorhead, Acting Tax Collector of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, and Adrian Williams Octolin, Director of the Office of Disaster Recovery. On behalf of the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr., we are here today to provide an update to the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance. Through February 6, 2025, the central government of the Virgin Islands paid a total of $485.3 million in vendor payments and allotments. The breakdown by funds is as follows. General Fund, $140.2 million, Special Fund, $96 million, Federal Fund, $236.4 million, and ARPA funds, $12.4 million. General Fund allotment totals $35.8 million, and Special Fund, $4 million, specifically from the Anti-Litter Fund. Embedded in the totals for federal funds is largely disaster-related project spending. That snippet is provided below. As of February 7th, 2025, the total amount of accounts payable was $66.1 million. Breakdown by funds is as follows. General Fund, $46.4 million, Special Fund, $10.3 million, Federal Funds, $8.6 million, ARPA Funds, $724,000. 90 to 100-day revenue collection. As of February 7th, the central government of the Virgin Islands collected $298.5 million in revenues, of which $247.2 million came into the general fund and $51.3 million came into the special fund. As of February 7th, the government of the Virgin Islands had $38.9 million of cash available, of which $26.4 million was in the general fund and $12.5 million in the special fund. Note that this cash balance benefited in part from $40 million of transfers in November and December from the line of credit into the general fund. As of February 7th, 11 million of the 40 million of the proceeds had been repaid, with the with the remaining $29 million forecasted to be repaid by May 2025. The Tourism Revolving Fund reflects approximately $64.5 million. For FY25, a total of $77.9 million has been collected and a total of $13.9 million has been expended, which is as a result of the pool cash system. What this means is that although the Tourism Revolving Fund is its own fund, it is supported by cash via a pool cash approach, wherein times other funds in that fiscal year can support the expenses needed, and in return, other funds may need to be supported, such as our health insurance fund. As such, we ask this body not to look at the fund balance as available cash, but to make the necessary assessments based on current year's activities. The main funding source continues to be the hotel occupancy tax, which makes up 91% of the funding and comes through the Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue. We continue to comply with the reporting requirement under Act 8915, including submitting revenue and expenditure reports for your review. Additionally, we have provided a detailed action plan to accelerate the collection of delinquent property taxes and reduce the government of the Virgin Islands' outstanding real property tax receivables. Section C of Act 8258 removed the Bureau from the front end of the licensing process and placed them on the back end of the process. In accordance with this change, the Bureau sent the names of 255 taxpayers to DLCA for license revocation. This back-end process does not result in the immediate collection of revenues as was seen with the prior front-end process, as the wait time for collection of taxes is no longer dependent on the taxpayers receiving their license, which was a requirement for satisfying outstanding tax obligations. In regards to Act 8915, the Bureau developed and submitted its action plan. The list of delinquent taxpayers will continue to be shared with the LCA for license revocation. Furthermore, the Bureau of Internal Revenue is working closely with the Department of Justice to evaluate options for collecting the hotel occupancy tax. A final decision on this matter is expected in the coming months. A line of credit of $50 million was established in November 2024. To date, $40 million has been drawn down, and of that amount, $11 million has been returned. The line of credit available is currently $19.9 million. $29 million was utilized to support GVI's continued operations. In addition, the line of credit of $100 million to support recovery projects continue to support ODR's efforts to provide timely payments and funding to vendors for various projects to augment the pace of the recovery. ODR has utilized $93.1 million of the line of credit to advance projects through various phases, and as of today, $73.5 million has been repaid from federal reimbursement, which leaves $80.5 million of the $100 million line of credit cap available to continue to streamline the recovery work. Funds have been utilized to support projects such as the CDBDGR, Envision Tomorrow Home Reconstruction Project, ensuring contractors are paid and work can commence and continue to support the 100 homes now in construction. Funds have also been used to continue work on the Christian Set Sewer Line Project, DPNR's National Park Service Grant Projects, WAPA projects, and LED lights for several Department of Sports park and recreation facilities. The line has also been tapped to process payments for architectural and engineering contractors to advance recovery projects. The Budget Stabilization has played a crucial role. Budget Stabilization Fund, has played a crucial role in supporting emergency requests, including assistance to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority and the Bavoni land fire earlier in fiscal year 2024. The total amount paid out to WAPA is $17.4 million and $1.1 million to the Virgin Islands Fire Service and FEMA for payments related to the Bavoni landfill fire. The fund had $21 million at the time of the emergency. Excuse me. The fund had $21 million at the time of the emergency. At present, the fund holds $2.4 million. Note that we remain committed to setting aside $5 million annually to ensure financial cushion for future emergencies. Single payer. The central government is current with payments to WAPA on behalf of agencies funded by general fund. Payments is made on the 15th of the month to include Schneider Regional Medical Center, Juan Louis Hospital, and the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. These payments are funded through their regular allotments. The Department of Finance is in constant communication with WAPA and department and agencies to ensure the billing are accurate and rectify any discrepancies or challenges before submitting payment. Federal drawdowns. As of the current fiscal year, the government has processed approximately $236 million in federal expenditure, with an additional $8.6 million in process. Ensuring the timely submission of drawdown requests remains a top priority to sustain cash flow, minimize audit risk, and enhance overall financial management. We will continue to collaborate with relevant departments and agencies to expedite the drawdown process and enhance financial oversight. Epstein funds. The settlement amount was $254.7 million. Total amount allotted to the territory is $182 million. Legal fees and charitable contributions, $74.7 million. Funds available for the government of the Virgin Islands, $156.1 million. Funds received and utilized. Total funds received to date, $156.9 million, which includes $25 million allocated for specific use by the Department of Justice, which have accrued interest. Total funds available to date, excluding that $25 million previously mentioned, is $131.4 million. Funds used for general fund for government operations, $33.6 million. Funds deposited into interest-bearing account currently is $97.8 million. Remaining funds is $25 million. I was told this morning that that $25 million has been received. We have a table in the testimony regarding regarding federal funds for FEMA FY24, $359 million revenues, $397.5 in expenses. In 25, we have $99.1 million and $61.6 million in expenditures. CARES Act in 2024, we have $34.2 million and $28.4 million, $34.2 in revenues and $28.4 in expenditures. In 2025 for CARES, we have $8.2 million in revenues and $3.6 in expenditures. ARPA 24, there are no revenues listed here. In expenditures, there's $16.1 million, and in 25, $11.5 million in expenditures. The division of personnel, the current central government employee population is 5,827 employees, consisting of 2,967 employees in the St. Thomas St. John district and 2,860 employees in the St. Croix district. There are a total of 1,341 unclassified employees and 4,375 classified employees, 44 part-time employees, and 67 temporary employees. For FY25 to date, the division has processed 208 hires consisting of the following breakdowns. New hires 57, rehires 57, promotions 38, transfer between department 39, transfers within department 12, branch transfers 5, separation 79, which includes resignation of 43, retirement of 36. Regarding group health insurance, there was a rate increase on October 1st. The GVI implemented a 4% rate increase for employees and employer premium. The breakdown is as follows. Active employees with single coverage saw a premium increase of $5. Active employees with family, medical, and dental coverage experienced an increase of $9.31. Retirees under the age of 65 with single coverage saw an increase of $6.79. Retirees with family and dental coverage saw an increase of $12.24. Overall budget increase, the total medical, dental, vision, and life insurance costs has increased from $206.2 million in FY24 to $226.1 million in 25. This represents a $19.9 million increase, or an overall 9.7% overall increase. Premium contributions, the total premium contributions paid from October through December 2024 amounted to $62 million. Of this amount, the employer share was $45.3 million, and the employee share was $16.7 million. Regarding donated leave, as of February 1st, the OP processed 83 applications totaling 719,000 in donated leave for FY24, and 336 applications were approved and processed, totaling over $2 million. Regarding GVI Fellows, the GVI Fellow Program was transferred to the Division of Personnel for fiscal year 2025. Currently, there are 6 members of Cohort 3. They are currently in their 3rd agency rotation at OMB, Department of Finance, ODR, Office of the Governor, DHS, with 1 who recently accepted a job offer at the Judicial Court. This cohort is scheduled to graduate in September 2025. Cohort 4 started in August 2024 with 6 participants in rotation at DPP, EDA, DPNR, OMB, DOF, and ODR. All the fellows are progressing well in their respective rotations, with upcoming activities to include mentor assignments, professional headshots, resume building, and interview workshops. The Office of Collective Bargaining, there are 15 unions that represent approximately 70% of employees in the executive branch. Below is the current status of each CBA. There are 12 CBAs that are current. There are 2 in the final stages of editing or awaiting signature. There are 12 negotiations that are ongoing. There are 4 expired and either on a day-to-day extension needs to be rescheduled or scheduled to begin negotiation this year. 1 will be handled by the hospital, and OCB will assist where required by law, and that's the Association of Hospital Employed Physicians. And 1 will not be scheduled because there are no employees in the bargaining unit since 2012, and that's the public health dentist. OCB has completed 25 negotiations over the last 5 years, 6 of which were completed in this fiscal year. We will continue to negotiate in good faith with the government's current financial condition in mind. Attached is a list of all CBAs and their terms. Also attached is the list of unions and the entities that they represent. Much have been said related to income tax collections and refunds. Much have been said about the collection of revenue for the last fiscal year, a deep dive into the Bureau's recent collections, and tax filings support several known factors. There's a reduction in income tax filing, which has been directly traced to the reduction of activity in the following industries, namely business services and tech services. There were instances of one-time capital gain sales that will not be repeated in subsequent years. As such, we're unable to predict when taxpayers take advantage of the record-breaking stock market. As of today, the Bureau has fully processed 15,395 units of tax returns, totaling $39.9 million in refunds. These refunds are ready to be paid once the funding is permitted. The 2024 individual income tax can be filed electronically. Virgin Islands Direct File is up and running and will allow taxpayers to upload their 2024 tax return at any time and from anywhere. We're also upgrading our IT infrastructure with new much needed hardware, and is now focusing on upgrading our tax database system. The Office of Disaster Recovery projects continue to play a key role in providing necessary revenues to the territory's economy. Recovery from the 2017 storms was originally valued at $8 billion. Today, over $23.9 billion in recovery dollars are available, which is an increased value of $15.9 billion across all recovery funding programs. Over the past 4 years, obligations have increased from $4.8 billion in 2021 to $18.1 billion in 2024. 75% of total available funds were obligated in 2024 alone. FEMA's Public Assistance Program is the principal source of funding for our recovery efforts, with obligations of $21.4 billion to rebuild critical infrastructure, including schools, hospitals, and utilities. Initially, the Territory was required to match these funds at 10%. However, early in 2024, the Biden-Harris administration granted a reduction in local match requirement from 10% to as low as 2%, which made the monumental task of executing these projects more attainable. Today, 3.7 billion, half of the original obligation amount has been expended on projects to include emergency repairs, architectural and engineering services, and permanent repairs to various facilities, roads, and utility infrastructure across the Territory. The impact of recovery dollars is tracked at the first layer through gross receipt taxes. For fiscal year 2024, recovery projects expenditure generated over $17.7 million in GRT as a result of $355.4 million of expenditure. Construction of the Arthur Richards pre-K, demolition of the Charles Harwood Medical Complex, completion of several recreational facilities territory-wide, and continued improvements in infrastructure at WAPA through composite poles and undergrounding projects were key drivers to the expenditures throughout the fiscal year. Fiscal year 2025, expenditures are expected to increase as work is in full gear at the Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Center. Significant school project kicks off, such as the Charlotte O'Malley High School and the CDBG-DR program projects gain momentum. Over $441 million in recovery expenditures is expected in FY25. Year to date, $144.4 million has been expended, generating $7.2 million in GRT. ODR expects to realize its expenditures as the Super Project Management Office awards and continues to solicit service for critical infrastructure projects. in healthcare, education, and utility sector for the duration of the fiscal year. In June of 2024, Real Property Tax Division of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor calculated real property tax in the amount of $80.3 million for 88,352 parcels. Of that amount, the amount of $24.6 million representing exemptions was deducted. This resulted in the issuance of tax bills in a total amount of $58.2 million for FY24. Based on that billing, $39.1 million was paid in full and $693,000 in partial payments were collected, leaving an uncollected balance of $18.3 million. The delinquent balance was added to the existing amount of real property tax delinquencies owed to the GVI for a total delinquency amount of $125 million. Since October 1st of 2025, the Office of the Tax Collector has collected the amount of $5.7 million. While the amount collected reflects collections for the first 4 months of FY25 and represents 9% of the total projected revenue of $64 million for FY25, the Office of the Tax Collector intends to meet the projected revenue amount for FY25. Our office is in the final planning stages for final collection activities. In FY24, we had 2 final collection activity events, one in each district scheduled for June 2024, but they were both canceled due to significant payments made by delinquent taxpayers during the period leading up to the events. The Office of the Office of Tax Collector has 1,078 active payment plans as of February 7, 2025, valued at $9.6 million. Of these active plans, the amount of $6.3 million has already been collected. We are encouraging taxpayers to take advantage of the payment plan process before their parcel is marked for final collection activities. As of the beginning of this fiscal year, the Office of Tax Collector has issued 470 tax clearance certificates. 331 certificates were issued in the St. Thomas and John District, and 199 certificates were issued in the St. Croix District. These tax clearance certificates can be used as an indicator of properties sold thus far in FY25. The Office of the Tax Collector has ongoing discussions with real property tax system vendor regarding the provision of additional credit card payment options for customers. In October of FY24, Act number 8915 was enacted by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This act mandated that the Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue and the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Office of Tax Collector, shall develop an action plan to collect all outstanding taxes and fees due to the government of the Virgin Islands. This, however, was an unfunded mandate. The Office of the Lieutenant Governor submitted the requested action plan during the first quarter of FY25, despite the fact that no funding was appropriated to effectuate the plan. Without funding, the Office of the Lieutenant Governor is unable to fully implement the plan. Mr. Chair, this concludes my testimony, and I and the team is available to respond to any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner McCurdy. Before we go on to Commissioner Gabriel, I'd just like to recognize committee members, Senator Dwayne DeGraff as being present, as well as Senator Kurt Vielle. At this time, Commissioner Gabriel, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good morning, Senator Novell Francis Jr., Chairman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, committee members, all other senators in attendance today. all those seated in the Senate chambers, and those in the listening and viewing audience. I am Derek Gabriel, the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works. With me today are Assistant Commissioner Ruben Jennings, Federal Highway Program Manager Jomo McLean, and Assistant Executive Delivery Manager Tawana Nicholas of the Office of Disaster Recovery, Super PMO Office. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on all territorial transportation improvement projects, including road and bridge improvement projects, Garvee funded projects, and all other capital projects in the St. Croix District. Project updates for the St. Croix District. Over the past year, the Department of Public Works has continued our substantial progress in maintaining and rehabilitating our transportation infrastructure throughout the territory. The St. Croix Bridge projects. The permanent bridge on East Airport Road officially opened to traffic on February 3rd, 2025, and the temporary Route 669 bridge adjacent to the Agricultural Fairgrounds reopened on February 14th, 2025, just in time for AgriFest 2025. These bridges now join the list of reopened bridges along with the Altona Lagoon and Queen Mary Highway bridges. Work on the remaining bridge continues. The contractor will drive piles at the Midland Road Bridge in the coming days. It is anticipated that work will be completed by September 2025. The bridge projects are managed by Eastern Federal Lands, a Federal Highway Administration division within the U.S. Department of Transportation. DPW acts as a liaison between Federal Highway, local contractors, and our community. The Clifton Hill Connector Project. This project is in its final phase with dedicated turning lanes on Melvin Evans Highway and paving scheduled for completion by April of 2025. Most utility relocation has been completed. The streetlight repairs are approximately 80% completed, with approximately 100 poles remaining to be installed once delivered. The contractor expects to receive the new poles and complete installation in the next 3 months by May of 2025. Airport Road. Work on Airport Road began on December 9th, 2024, and is about 70% complete. The project includes milling, paving, and striping of the 3-mile-long roadway. West Airport Road has been milled and paved, while sections of East Airport Road remain. Paving will resume once a contractor receives the necessary materials to complete the work, and then striping will ensue. We anticipate that this project will be closed out in March of 2025. This project was awarded to Marco St. Croix. Christiansted Roads. In Christiansted, DPW contractor VI Paving, Inc. completed all Phase 2 roads except for King Cross Street. The roadways included in Phase 2 of this project were Queen Cross, King, Strand, Queen, New, West, and Smith Streets. This project included milling, minor drainage improvements, resurfacing, and striping. The St. Croix Vitran Maintenance Building Phase 2. The original contract for this project was terminated on October 28, 2024. The project is now out for resolicitation. A pre-bid meeting and mandatory site visit occurred on January 31st, and the solicitation will close on February 28, 2025. We expect construction to resume by August of 2025. Welcome to St. Croix Sign and Landscaping Project. The department recently solicited a project to design, install, and maintain a welcome sign and decorative landscape at the East Airport Road intersection on St. Croix. The solicitation closed on Friday, February 14th, and a contractor will be selected next. This project aims to enhance the area's aesthetic appeal and provide directional information. Project updates in the St. Thomas St. John District. Veterans Drive Improvements Phase 2A. This project proposes to widen and revitalize Veterans Drive to provide a tree-lined, 4-lane divided roadway with a waterfront pedestrian promenade that simultaneously addresses Charlotte Amalie congestion and failing infrastructure problems while creating a signature pedestrian-friendly environment. The proposed work will cover an area from the west of Toll Bud Gata near Vendors Plaza to Hospital Gata near the Fort Christian parking lot. This project will be managed by the Eastern Federal Lands Highway Division, a federal highway division within the U.S. Department of Transportation. The bid documents have been reviewed and are now complete. Eastern Federal Lands has submitted the acquisition plan for certification and approval to the Federal Lands headquarters. Once approval is obtained, they will begin the solicitation process. Veterans Drive resurfacing segments. This project includes patching, milling, paving, and striping to include crosswalks on segments of Veterans Drive from the Emile Griffith Park eastward to the bus stop at the southwestern end of the Fort Christian parking lot. About 50% of this work is complete. The First Avenue roadway and drainage improvements. Work continues on this project by the contractor, Island Roads. This past month, the contractor installed 213 linear feet of curb and gutter, 2 drop inlet catch basins, and 2 12-inch diameter drainage pipe laterals on the north side of the road in Work Zone 9. The contractor completed the placement of asphalt in Work Zone 7 and 8, which extends between 2nd and 4th Street. Traffic has been diverted between 1st and 2nd Streets, and the road is currently open to vehicular traffic from 2nd to 10th Street. The contractor is currently working in Zone 9, which extends between 1st and 2nd Street. This project is approximately 59% complete. Charlotte Amalie Town drainage improvements. Work continues on this project by the contractor Island Roads. This past month, the contractor replaced the damaged box culvert at the intersection of Raditz Gata and Wimmelskafs Gata. Crystal and Raditz Gata were paved. Island Roads continues to clear and clean the swales and V-shaped gutters on Raditz and Crystal Gata. Island Roads repointed and repaired 46 square yards of blue bit stone V-gutters swales on Crystal and Raditz Gata, along with some segments on Wimmelskafs Gata. This project is 55% complete. Additional road maintenance on St. Thomas. During the first quarter of 2025, the department will undertake minor drainage improvements, pavement milling, resurfacing, and striping several segments of roadways on St. Thomas. These roadways include segments of Scott Free and Cookie Point. The Fort Christian parking lot renovations. The Fort Christian parking lot renovations project involves trenching, installing water lines and valve boxes in the southern area of the lot, milling, paving, and striping. This project is scheduled to be completed by April of 2025, ensuring the parking lot is ready for use before the 2025 Carnival Festival festivities. DPW contractor Gray Civil LLC has completed over 80% of the trenching and installation of new water lines for the Carnival booths. Once complete, this project will also include EV charging pedestals, new automated payment booths, and will bring the parking lot into compliance with ADA standards. The Leonardo Trotman Drive. The design for this project is finalized. We revised the bid project to reflect the project's current budget and will put it out to bid by February of 2025. The revisions will connect the new roadway from the Weymouth-Reimer Highway to the rear of the Tudu Park Mall and Charles W. Turnbull Regional Library. Fish Fry Drive. The department was awarded a FEMA hazard mitigation grant to effectuate improvements along this area of Cruz Bay. The department has contracted with a design consultant who is currently designing the proposed solutions to alleviate flooding along this roadway, including nature-based solutions where applicable. Once the proposed design concept has been completed, it will be submitted to FEMA for review and approval of construction funds for this project. In the interim, the department will perform maintenance resurfacing in the coming months. Segments of Centerline Road. Before the completion of the second quarter, the department will begin minor drainage improvements, pavement milling, resurfacing, and striping of several segments of roadways along Centerline Road and the east end of St. John. Johnny Horn Trail. During the first quarter of this year, the department will solicit design services for the road and drainage design of this roadway. Cruz Bay restrooms. The design bill solicitation began on January 12, 2024, and a pre-bid meeting and site visit was scheduled for January 22nd of 2024. Bids were submitted by February 29th of 2024, and the evaluation process occurred on March 8th. The evaluation committee discussed the lack of competition, only receiving one proposal, and the respondents' lack of relevant experience in construction, as well as the overall cost being over the agency's budget. The committee agreed that DPW would revise the scope of work and solicit this project again to obtain more competition and comprehensive proposals. We anticipate the project being resolicited in March of 2025. Polly Joseph Stadium. Supplemental contract number 2 for the a la carte items was executed, and a notice to proceed for October 4th was issued. The draft designs for the communication duct bank reroute, solar panel site lighting, and concrete outfield wall have been submitted and are currently under review. Follow-up continues for the submittal and delivery of samples for the restroom and locker room flooring and partitions. Construction progress meetings continue to be conducted on a routine basis. Additionally, utility coordination and scope review meetings with key stakeholders are conducted as required. The critical next steps are approval of the floor and wall tiles, restarting the foundation for the Terrence Martin facility, and continuing work on the right field exterior stairway. Current Garvey projects. Frederiksted Roads. We have recently initiated the solicitation process for the Garvey Frederiksted Roads project, which includes minor drainage improvements, pavement milling, resurfacing, and striping of Queen, King, and Strand Streets in Frederiksted. The Ethel McIntosh Memorial Drive, also known as Mahogany Road. The notice to proceed was issued to Marco St. Croix on January 27, 2025, and a pre-construction meeting was held on February 3, 2025. Road work is expected to begin in March of 2025. The project scope includes pavement rehabilitation for the entire Ethel McIntosh Memorial Drive, drainage improvements, retaining wall reconstruction, guardrail replacement, signage, and striping. This project is scheduled to be completed by summer of 2026. Spring Gut Road, Route 85. We anticipate initiating the solicitation process for this Garvey-funded project in March of 2025. The project includes bridge replacement, drainage improvements, paving reconstruction, and striping from East End Road southward to beyond the Tulipan Welcome community. Future Garvey projects. In November of 2024, the 35th Legislature approved a $156 million Garvey bond issuance proposed by this administration. I am extending my sincere gratitude to the members of the 35th Legislature who supported this visionary initiative, which represents a generational investment in our transportation infrastructure. This bond issuance allows for a $48 million investment to fund the completion of Phase 2 of the Veterans Drive project, $28 million dedicated to repaving major roadways in St. Croix, including the Southside Road, Route 62, Sidney Lee Road into La Valley, Route 80, and East Scenic Road, Route 78, and $20 million for the design, fabrication, and delivery of the long-awaited St. Croix-St. Thomas passenger vehicle ferry. We expect the Coast Guard-approved design and updated pricing for the St. Croix-St. Thomas ferry by March of 2025. These projects will stimulate economic growth and strengthen connections across our districts. Thank you for the time and your support. Before closing, I want to recognize our 2025 Employees of the Year, Mr. Brian Hendrickson of the Operations Division on St. Croix, and Mr. Kelvin Pickering from Vitran on St. Thomas. Both employees exemplify a commitment to service excellence, professional growth, teamwork, innovation, and leadership. Most importantly, both employees were recommended by their peers and immediate supervisors for this accolade. I want to personally thank them for their daily efforts, as well as all the employees at the Department of Public Works. We are committed to improving our quality of life daily. My team and I will remain and are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Gabriel, for your testimony there. And before I open up for a line of questions from my colleagues, I wanted to ask you, Commissioner McCurdy, if you had to describe or give one word for the financial health of the government of the Virgin Islands at this time, what will that be?
It can be stable. I would say stable. Optimistically stable.
Optimistically?
I'm being optimistic. I would say stable.
Oh, you're being optimistic. You say stable.
Correct.
Very well. What is the vendor's debt at this time?
As of the report or as of actual today, this morning?
As you last been able to assess it?
Last I was able to assess it a little more over this 60 $66.1 million.
66.1.
Yeah.
And do you have a breakdown as what are these local vendors versus the off-island vendors?
I do not.
You do not.
I
Is that something that you could get before we finish here today?
I would ask Director Serrano, is that as easy to pull?
Okay, well,
Okay, my mic is on. Hi, good day, Ebony Serrano. Yes, we can.
yes, thank you. And in your testimony, you made mention about the TARF, the Tourism Revolving Fund, and in it you said that it should not be, this body should not recognize that as availability of cash. You care to expand on that comment?
Yeah, so right now the balance in the fund says $64 million. The fund does not have $64 million in cash. I believe right now we've collected from Tourism Revolving Fund as of the 7th, $7.9 million.
And you're saying that there is still outstanding debt against that account at this time?
There is, you can imagine, but what we've seen right now, we've spent, as it relates to tourism, I think about $40 million.
$40 million, okay.
Oh.
And real quickly, again, before I open up the floor, I wanted to ask, I guess Mr. Laird is who provided you with the information in regards to the unfunded mandate of Act 8915. And I thought that the responsibility of the Office of the Tax Collector is to collect fees. I think that we asked for an action plan by which you're able to collect those fees for the property taxes. So even if we're to submit that, okay, it's an unfunded mandate, what will you or do you believe will be the funding requirements for you to be able to carry out this task?
Good morning, Senator. Thank you for your question.
You can pull out the mic. Just put your name on the record, please, and then.
Thank you. Brent Laird, tax collector. Thank you for the question, Senator. In terms of the unfunded mandate that was referred to, it's a total of $1.24 million of funds that would be used for a combination of things which include personnel, additional personnel, and different final collection activities to be able to maintain the momentum needed to sustain the collections at that level to reduce the maximum amount possible.
And you have also indicated that there's a delinquency amount of $125 million.
That's correct.
So 1.2 million is 1% of that required amount.
That's correct.
Okay, so you don't see that as a priority, and the fact that we have given you an additional mandate to come up with an action plan to be able to address that, you don't see that as certainly an attempt to be able to advance the collections of our overdue or delinquent taxes?
If we do not see it as a mandate?
Yes.
Oh, we do see it as a mandate. And we are looking for those revenues within GVI. But, you know, in the absence of that happening, we ask for those additional funds to be directed specifically for those purposes.
Okay. I'll ask that you submit a budget and of personnel costs to, again, qualify your $1.2 million request. And certainly we see that as a priority here in this body, so we'll do whatever is necessary for us to be able to provide you with that funding. And then, of course, we'll be monitoring your ability to draw in and collect on those funding.
Thank you, Senator.
At this time, I'll open up the floor to a 7-minute round. And we have an early departure by Commissioner Gabriel. He leaves at 1 o'clock. So if you want to focus your question initially to him, that's fine, but we'll do a 7-minute round. And the order that I've been given here is Senator Marvin Blyden, Clifford Joseph, the first 5, Senator Marvin Blyden, Clifford Joseph, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Avery Lewis. And then we come to Senator Franklin Johnson. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers, and thank you so much, Commissioner McCurdy, for your testimony. And also Commissioner Gabriel, good morning. Thank you for your testimony also. Commissioner Gabriel, I'll leave you for the end of the month when you come back under my committee. I have a lot of questions for the financial team. Let me start by saying, and following up on Mr. Chair, in respect to the Lieutenant Governor's office when it comes to property taxes. And I was just thinking to myself in terms of communication, because I know there are programs out there from the administration that assist, like the HAP program, the Housing Assistance Program that assists with property tax.
That's correct.
Insurance, mortgage payments. I'm wondering if the administration, when you have your meetings, etc., do you guys talk to each other and meet and communicate? Because I'm confused, because that program actually pays individuals property taxes, and with that outstanding balance, I was just shocked to see that amount, where there's a program that pays the whole amount in property taxes for our people. And it's important that we communicate and see how we can assist each other, especially the government as a whole, because we're all in the same boat. You understand? So it's important that you guys follow up on those instances. And in relationship to that also, I want to go directly to the Division of Personnel on page 9 that spoke to no hires. You spoke to hiring 208 individuals. I'm trying to find out in respect to that 208 individuals, are these individuals and these hires going toward revenue generation agencies to assist in collecting more revenues for the government on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands? Is there some type of strategy that's implemented as you hire program people on board? Can you speak succinctly, briefly to that, please?
Good morning, Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel. So those hires are based on what the agencies input into our NeoGov system as they post their vacancies. So it's based on what they do on their end to post those vacancies.
Again, but at the same time, are we focusing on collecting revenue that's on the street, which is hundreds of millions of dollars? Are we focusing on assuring that we onboard those individuals to assist in terms of running the government when it comes to taxes? That basically brings in the revenues for the government of the Virgin Islands.
So this past year, the Division of Personnel did work closely with the Lieutenant Governor's office to reclassify and upgrade their job descriptions as needed for that office.
So the answer is yes?
Yes.
Very well. Let me ask though, in respect to the GRT that has been collected so far, which is $7.2 million for 25, and we anticipate $144 million. So can someone speak to what that looks like? Because for the first 4 months, we'll have 7.2, right? And we have 9 more months left, or 8 more months left. So how do we anticipate getting 144 million compared to, for the first 4 months we collected 7.2? Just explain that to me right quick, so I can make clear.
Julia Reimer, Office of Management and Budget Director. Senator, I think you're conflating the two issues. What's happening here is $144 million in actual revenue that has generated $7.2 million in gross receipts.
Correct.
So
But that's on projects.
That's just their projects, has nothing else to do with the rest of the gross receipts. What we anticipate, based on the $441 million we're currently on, based on the $141 million that's for ODR, we expect to be on target with the gross receipts.
Very well. Let me go to ODR then. Good morning.
Good morning.
Acton Williams, good morning. Let me ask you in respect to ODR, and you spoke to many projects that we are going through the process. In the testimony was spoken, right? Do you see those projects coming in timely in terms of assuring, especially the 100 homes? Let's start with those. What's the time frame in terms of the completion of those homes? And what about revenue we're speaking to in terms of taxes, etc.?
I just want to make sure I understand the question. Good morning, Adrian Williams, Actolin.
Morning.
And the projections that we've made for the disaster recovery projects were on projects that we were confident they have already been started, or we know that they're on a trajectory that will yield those without much opportunity for becoming off track. The Envision homes, we are using the line of credit to make those payments so that we can keep the payments timely to the contractors and they can keep the construction going on the homes.
So, in respect to those homes again, and and you say you're trying to get it, keep it timely with the contractors, etc. Are there any shortfalls with manpower, etc. When it comes to the contractors, etc.? Are we seeing any type of
Oh, absolutely, yes. So, I mean, we have contractors. We're trying to ensure that they understand the process. They have, some of them have multiple homes and they don't have the adequate amount of manpower on each site to keep their schedules. We are also working with them to
1 minute
do projections for ordering material and some of these other factors where it affects their schedule because they don't have the materials to keep the projects moving.
Yeah, very well, but thanks for putting that on the record. And I mean, I know it seems to be all over the place, but I'm trying to connect the dots because it's all interconnected in my opinion. And when it comes to revenues, and especially with the revenue generating agencies, it's very important and critical that we are sure, because there's a lot of individuals still unemployed. Even though unemployment rate is low, there's a lot of individuals still looking job. They might have a glitch here or there based on whatever. But at the end of the day, in these times, we need to make sure that we hire our people and put them to work. It ain't gonna be perfect. Let's put them to work because there's a lot of jobs that need to be filled. There's a lot of revenues that we can be collecting that we are not, because I know many times we say people aren't qualified or people aren't coming, but every single day, me and my colleagues have people coming to our office every day. And they are not, and most of them I meet with are trying. It's not to say that it's not for a lack of trying. So I'm just saying, let's really dig down deep and see how we can really assist our people, and likewise assist the revenue of the territory, because we're in for some rough times. And we all need to do this together because we need to support together. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank you for your responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden, Vice Chair. And Director Richardson, in respect to the population of the central government employees, in your report here, you indicated that there's 5,827 central government employees. In 2023, this February 21st of 2023, when the financial team came before this body, there was a report, and almost 2 years to the date, there was a report that we had 6,724 central government employees, a delta of 897 less employees today than we had back then. So it seems like we're trending backwards. Have you been able to glean from that assessment what's happening there?
Good morning, Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel. So, Senator, that's a great question. The numbers remain fluid. I could pull the number today and it'll be a different number, but we have been looking at the number of individuals who can possibly retire, and that's what we're seeing. We also see a lot of individuals who leave and come back. Hence why in my breakout, you would see the term rehire. So those are the individuals that come back to the government. But we are, again, looking at the number of individuals that leave. So right now, when we pull those numbers in December, and we look at the number of individuals who have 30 plus years, we're looking at about 350 individuals. People who have 28 to 30, we're looking at another 309. So those are the individuals who have the years of service and can actually retire.
And obviously, when we lose that type of seniority, we lose a lot of experience as well. In your new hire, you talk about hiring, you had 57 new hires. In rehire, you had 57, which account for 114. However, there was 79 separations during that time. So you really, all you had was a net of 35. Again, these numbers seems to be very frightening to me, as the government is the largest employer in this community, and we're seeing that our unemployment numbers, seem to be hovering about 3%. But at the same time, either individuals are not looking for work or what. I don't know what's happening here in this space. I'm concerned that you're down almost 900 employees, and certainly that they're not being picked up by the private sector. So something is happening here. They're relocating, they're unemployed. What's happening in that space? So I'd love for there to be an analysis, an assessment of what's happening in that area. At this time, you want to respond to that? You care to respond to that?
Not at this time. I do agree that some sort of analysis is needed, because especially when we look at our NeoGov system and we can see how many individuals are applying. Of course, you have individuals that are applying to multiple jobs, but the numbers are well within over 500 each month of people applying to some of our positions. When sometimes currently, we probably have about 130 vacancies listed on our website right now.
Okay. Thank you for that response. This is frightening and something we really need to take a close look at. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Clifford Joseph. You recognize for your 7 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and thank you. Thank you and welcome to the legislature here this morning. So this question will be from Mr. McCarty. On page 3, you stated you have $38 million of cash on hand. How many days of cash does this translate to?
That's about a little over 8 to 9 days of cash.
8 to 9 days of cash.
Yeah.
Good. So what's the GVI daily expense?
It would vary. I think on a payroll week, we're paying payroll is about $25 million. When you take everything into account. On a not payroll week, if we're paying out allotments, we're looking at another 15 to 20 million. So it varies.
What exactly is the issue you are facing with the hotel occupancy taxes?
In terms of the testimony?
Yeah.
Oh, so I'll let directly expound upon that, but I think what we are trying to capture is the shared economy, the Airbnbs, well, not the shared economies, those private rentals.
What is the daily okay. What is your delay in getting vendors pay out of those vendors whose payments are tied to the ARPA, federal funds, and special funds?
There's no delay specifically with the ARPA payments. I think if there's a delay, what we are encountering is at times we have approximately well over 50% of our invoices being submitted beyond the due date. So that can be an issue. It's very difficult to, pay bills that aren't at the Department of Finance at times.
And which vendors are in the 120 days delay?
You mean to what?
Payments, other vendors outside of the ARPA and federal.
Like what are who are the vendors?
Yeah.
I can provide I don't have that list with me. I can provide a list if you need.
Okay, you can send it through the chair. And then, are you releasing the full allotments to our hospitals?
We are releasing allotments as cash becomes available for most of the hospitals. I think we're up to February right now, but we pay partial allotments when we have to. But we make sure that right now we prioritize the hospitals.
And also with the hospital, what are your thoughts of cutting costs on executive position, creating maybe one?
I'll let Mr. Reimer respond to that, the budget director.
So, Senator, if I understand your question, you're looking at overall hospitals and want to determine how we're going to move forward with both of them, correct?
Yes.
There must make some hard decisions going forward that actually this body needs to make legislative changes in order for those decisions to be made. We can't continue going down a road where we have two separate hospitals that don't procure together. You procure separately, you have accounting separately, you have systems that are separate. And going forward, we really need to move forward and do something different, which means there's some hard decisions that have to be made, and you guys have to start the process by changing some legislation.
Any suggestions you have for us?
So currently we have 2 district boards and a territorial governing board. You need to have one board. Start there. That's the first process. Because you have decisions that are made at a district level versus looking at the overall system, such as they would procure supplies totally separate, which means one might be paying $10 and one might be paying $12, but if they combine their efforts, they might be paying $8. So things like that needs to change.
Any other?
We need to look at the overall structure, such as one accounting team, one procurement team, one set of systems that would move us forward, which will actually save you a significant amount of money doing so.
Thank you. That's it for me for this round.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford Joseph. At this time, point of inquiry, Senator Kurt Violet, you recognize your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. My point of inquiry was going to be about the TAF, but I'm going to change it. It's about the one word that you mentioned, Mr. McCurdy, stable. With all of the outstanding vendor payments, inability to pay income tax returns, barely able to meet payroll on a weekly basis, and you characterize the finances of the government as stable? Are you in denial, or are you just saying that so that the community don't be alarmed?
Good morning, Senator Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of Finance. No, I'm not in denial. When I look at a budget of $1.4 billion and an outstanding vendor payment of $56 million, I'm not sure what that percentage is. That is not necessarily an unusual position for us to be in. I can't think of a better word than outside of normal. This is where we are.
Len was saying, you said your cash on hand is $26.4 million, which includes a drawdown of $40 million line of credit. You paid back 11, so you have $29 million line of credit that was drawn down, and your cash on hand is 26. That's a negative. If you didn't have that drawdown, you literally had zero.
That is true.
So how can it be stable if the government of the Virgin Islands, absent the line of credit drawdown, balance is zero? How can that be stable? I'm not debating anything on it, but I want us to deal with the reality today as to where we are financially. If we don't, we're going to continue to be fooling the public and not making prudent decisions in which we know that we need to cut back. I will wait until my turn. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Violet. Commissioner Gabriel, in respect to the Polly Joseph Stadium, how much funds have been expended on that project thus far? And what is the final date, projected final date for the completion of the Polly Joseph Stadium at this time?
Good morning. Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. So right now we are looking at a fourth quarter 2025 opening for the Polly Joseph Stadium, barring any further delays. I'll ask Ms. Tawana Nicholas if she's there to to respond to your first question as far as how many payments have been made to date.
Spencer, put your name on the record and yes.
Good morning, Tawana Nicholas, Assistant Executive Delivery Manager at the Office of Disaster Recovery. To date, our total approved invoices total $25,054,254.64.
And what's the remaining on that?
The remaining balance is $7,069,745.36. The total project is a $32,124,000 project.
Thank you. We'll ask some additional questions on that later on. Point of information, Senator Clifford Joseph.
On the would you guys be requesting more monies on that? Or that's the final judgment on the $7 million?
That's the final project cost.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Clifford Joseph. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. And a special greetings to all the viewing and listening audience. I want to say a special congratulations to this meeting being the first budget meeting, and I looked at the invited testifiers, and everyone is here today. In fact, Public Works also brought along 2 other persons, so that's good. I just want to go quickly to Public Works. That division, is awesome, so I don't have much questions for you. I'm a Savanero and a Bavoni man. The one road there, Bacanada, what's the schedule for that road?
Good afternoon. I'm sorry, good morning. Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works. If I'm not mistaken, I think you're talking about, I think it's Lima Road, which is in Pavoni. Yeah. We're looking at summertime, hopefully early summertime to get that road paved.
Okay, good thing. Keep up the good work. I know you guys are busy.
Thank you.
Okay, so I wanted to go to ODR, page 13. You're saying here that there's 23.9 billion recovery dollars available. And then you're given a projection, I think it's page 14 or 15. Senator Joseph was here showing me it's page 15, where your projection is you're going to spend $441 million in 2025. Are those statements correct?
Yes, Senator, it is.
Good. So you see, that's my concern. If we have 23.9 billion and you're spending 441 million, it's going to take 54 years to spend the money. We have to do a better job. We cannot take 54 years to spend these disaster recovery dollars. We have to look at it. There's a fire in California. There was a hurricane in North Carolina, a hurricane in Tampa. We cannot take 54 years to spend this money. Let's speed up expending those money. Okay, quickly now, I wanted to go to the personnel. On page 10, the overall health insurance budget increase, we experienced a 9.7 increase, which is $19.9 million, almost $20 million. We're spending $20 million more for health insurance. Is that statement correct in the new contract, Director Richardson?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, good. So you see, I am asking for a simple $1.5 million to fund the specialist diabetics clinic that is now open on the 5th floor of Roy Snyder. And they also in Christiansted, St. Croix, they got the new health vans. You got to remember, there's over 12,000 persons in our community have full-blown diabetes or pre-diabetes. Right now in this legislature, there's over 20 persons that have to take insulin every day, right in the legislature, over 20 persons. So this here reduces the uncompensation care. It also reduces the time that people spend in the emergency room waiting. Because right now you can go to a diabetes clinic and get your insulin, you can get your A1C, you can get all of those things done. So it's a better, prudent expenditure of monies to invest that 1.5 million in a diabetics clinic than to pay $19 million more additional. And of course, I know that have some other stuff. So I want to go quickly now to the Budget Stabilization Fund, pages 6 and 7. Okay, so the Budget Stabilization Fund, you're saying that you spent $17.4 million out of it for WAPA. Is that statement correct?
That is correct.
Good. You see, but last week, we had a little meeting and thing, and you tell me it's a total of 41 million was spent in WAPA in emergency. So I assume the general fund was tapped and the ARPA funds was tapped. Is that correct?
Yes, other funds were used.
Okay, so I'm going to ask through the chair, if you can provide the details of how much general funds were tapped and how much ARPA funds were tapped, because you provide here that 17.4 million was from the Budget Stabilization Fund and WAPA got 41. So let me ask you, the Bavoni fire, you spent some of that money. They had a system where they were going to get a fire suppression system to address the Bavoni fires. When is that fire suppression system for the Bavoni landfill going to be installed? Because they had a little flare up the other day. When is that going to be installed?
Senator, I'm not too sure. That would be more of an appropriate question for waste management.
Well, no one here can answer that. But you telling me that you're spending the money. Okay, let me ask you, were the vendors paid, the water truck haulers, were they paid who provided the water to the Bavoni dump fire?
Again, that would be better answered by waste management.
But are you on the waste management board?
No, I'm not.
I'm sorry. We have Commissioner Gabriel over here. He's on the waste management board, so maybe the commissioner can answer that.
So can you repeat your question, please?
Okay, the Bavoni fire, there was a lot of water trucks provided water and they were not paid. I'm checking to see if those water suppliers were paid for providing water to the Bavoni dump fire last year.
Thank you for the question. So I don't have an exact amount, but I know some of those bills were paid specifically to the water haulers. We are in the process of still making payments to the landfill operator that did assist us on the landfill fire.
Okay, good. So, and so I want to get back to payments of vendors now, because you made the statement here that you've paid some vendors. How much?
30 seconds.
Unpaid. Was time called, Mr. Chair? I didn't hear it.
No, you got 30 seconds, Senator Fonseca, you may proceed.
Yes, so can you give me an accounting of the unpaid vendors so far that the government of the Virgin Islands haven't paid?
So far, we have 61.1 million in vendor payment. Well, I shouldn't say that. In AP, 15 million of that is associated with allotments. 7 million of that 61 million is also associated with one-time tax refund payments.
Okay, so 61 million, 67 million. I need you to also address on the chair's time, when are you planning to finish pay this 60-something million dollars to the vendors that have already provided service to the government? Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. You may respond.
We're processing payments. Finance have a check run Tuesdays and Thursdays of every week. The amount that we process is dependent on the monies that we have. So we continue to chip away at that. But as you know, as bills go out, bills come in.
How do you prioritize? What is the method to the madness by which you determine who gets paid?
So the hospitals are our priority. They get their monies first. From then we have this where we work with each department, folks who are on the ground and seeing what they have, just tell me what your most pressing costs are, and we address those. That has worked for a little bit, and we're transitioning now to more of a, what do we absolutely need to ensure that government operations continue? And those are the payments that we're prioritizing.
Okay. In your testimony, you gave that you collected $298.5 million in revenues. Mm-hmm. Does that include any of the line of credit monies? The $40 million?
I do not think so, but I'll ask Ms. Carty. Is that a part of our collections? I think not, but.
Good morning, Brenda Carty, Assistant Director of Treasury. Yes, it does include $40 million drawn for the line of credit.
Okay, and is any of the line of credit utilized for payroll payment?
Payroll, I do not believe so. I believe what we used the payment for was vendor payments.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Vendor payments.
Not payroll.
Ms. Carty, did we use
any of the line of credit
for vendor payments? Not vendor payments.
Or payroll.
Payroll.
No, none of the line of credit was used to fund payroll.
Thank you. Before we go on to Senator Avery Lewis, we want to recognize the presence of the Senate Vice President, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Good morning, Senator. Thank you for joining us. At this time, we'll recognize Senator Avery Lewis, the Secretary, for his 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers.
Morning.
Good morning, Virgin Islands. First, I'd like to say thank you to the organizers and everybody who sponsored and participated in this weekend's ACT Fair, the 53rd ACT Fair. I had a ball as usual. Thank you to those individuals. Mr. Commissioner Gabriel.
Good morning.
I understand you're leaving us early today. I had the first 19 questions for you, but I'm going to ask you the first one here. I heard on the radio that the road, the bridge at the ACT Fair will be closed and reopened, I think, due to a federal pending inspection. When would that be closed and reopened?
Yeah, thank you, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. So there are guardrails, and you are correct. One more inspection. We should be done with that this week to allow for the bridge to reopen later this week.
So before March?
Yeah, yes.
All right, Commissioner Gabriel, next question. As you know, I've been asking you this numerous times. Let's give a quick answer if you could. As it pertains to the street lighting in St. Thomas, I know we had some back and forth between DPW and WAPA. Did we ever did an assessment and put forward for appropriation or anything so we could fix the street lighting in St. Thomas, especially on the road starting from maybe possibly from UVI all the way up to, let's say, Kmart?
Yeah, so I'll try to be quick. Assessments have been done on the main routes. We are working with WAPA to see how we can get some of those areas relit, particularly on Veterans Drive. There are some areas that need to be lit up. So I am anticipating that by summertime, you should see several of those segments relit in the St. Thomas district.
Thank you very much. Last question for DPW at this time. Mr. McLean, if he could answer. There's some inner roads that constituents normally call about, and I'm running out of answers. So I am not the Commissioner of Public Works, neither the St. Thomas Administrator. I'm Senator Avery Lewis. So I'm posing it to you. Estate Thomas, Thomasville, Upper Content, like starting from Electric World, go back at MCH, go up there to Content Knolls, those concrete roads and so forth. Then we have some in Lindbergh Bay and different things. So what plans do we have for those roads? In the past, Mr. McLean talked about some longer FEMA projects and so forth. Could we, it may be lengthy, but could you provide an update?
Yeah, so I'll go quick before I turn it over to him. So the Estate Thomas area, we are anticipating, we do have a project there. It's jointly funded by FEMA as well as the Department of Interior. That project is going through environmental review, so we are hopeful that by summertime, that project should be in solicitation as well. Content, we do have a couple of areas that we are anticipating to get to later this year. Not the area that you mentioned, there are several areas with concrete roads, but just from an overall perspective, later this year, we do anticipate releasing the solicitation for the St. Thomas bundle, which will cover horizontal projects as well as utility undergrounding. Several of our areas that will be covered that are funded by FEMA will be paved through that unified paving horizontal bundle approach. So I think later this year, we should be in a better position to be able to come to the public with a proper schedule. I know in March, we do have a schedule that we're going to release for local and some small federal aid projects that we're doing territory-wide.
Through the chair, I'd like to ask for a timeline for those projects, if you may.
Sure. So like I said, Estate Thomas, we are going to put into solicitation this summer. I mentioned earlier, we have a paving project for Bovoni that should be done this summer. Right now, we're doing Veterans Drive. We anticipate starting Scott-Free in March. We also anticipate getting to Cookie Point between March and April. And there are several other areas. We have plans to do some paving in Carrot Bay. Several other areas that will come in the latter half of 2025.
All right, thanks. I look forward for that report. Mr. McLean, I look forward for the report. Director Actalin Williams. Williams Actalin. Sorry. On page 13 of the testimony, it says here, 75% of the total available funds were obligated in 2024 alone. Oftentimes we hear the governor go out there and tout that we have a lot of money, we have money, and the people think that we rein in money. When we talk about obligations, and based on what we're hearing going on in Washington and so forth with this current administration, what does obligated mean to us in the territory?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Obligated means that the government now has access to the monies. You have access to reimburse based on work that has been completed. So money is not transferred to the coffers of the government. It is merely authorization for this amount of money that has been set aside, that they have an agreement to fund the projects.
All right, lastly, it is not in the testimony, but I know we had the first bundle went out of the Super PMO, right?
Yes, we have several bundles that went out. We have the first contract executed for the first bundle.
Okay, let's go to the schools. We good?
Yes.
All right, so we saw the demolition of Charlotte Amalie begun.
1 minute.
Where are we with the BCB and the Ivana Eudora Ken?
So the Ivana Eudora Ken is in the first bundle that has been the contract that was executed last week. They're beginning of course, mobilizing for the finalization of the design and overall project schedule for those schools. Ivana Eudora Ken is based on the Department of Education, a third priority school. So it will be done after Bowski and Lockhart. And the Charlotte Amalie, simultaneously while the demolition is being done, by Gradal, Benton is also working with the design and for the further demolition of the remaining buildings within the facility.
Mr. Chair, if I may wrap up, so Ms. Williams Actalin.
Yes.
Good. So you see any impediments, anything stopping us from seeing actual reconstruction this fiscal year?
You know,
from the projects we just talked about.
Everything as it remains today, no. We are moving forward with the schedule to see continual work being done on Charlotte Amalie High School. According to the project schedule, it calls for the school to be completed in 2029, which means they're also looking at how you can maintain the instruction portion of it so that they're flipping the campus, so that actually extends the construction timeline a little longer. But in terms of how quickly they would have been able to do the school, but since they're keeping instruction going on a portion of the campus, it stretches it out a bit. But what we're looking at a construction schedule for 2029 and actually being able to see construction this year.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis and Director Williams Actalin, in respect to the finances, because of course what we're trying to glean here in this committee is really to determine the government finances as it pertains to the projects that's right now on the table. Have you been able? What is the projection of funding that we should receive, revenues that will be coming in to the GVI, consequential to these projects, and how much have been received thus far? How much is projected to occur?
So the projection, Senator, that was made within the testimony for $7.2 million of GRT was based on all of the projects that when the call came out for the budget, what kind of revenue we could anticipate from these projects. We're on track for those projects. However, the execution of this new bundle will put us in a position to exceed those projections by a small margin.
And can you speak to the mechanism by which these revenues come in? Is it taken off the top? Is it during phases? Can you speak to how that works?
Good question, Senator. The 5% that's required for the gross receipts taxes are taking off the top. The amount is deducted from the vendor payment. Vendor gets that amount, and the gross receipt taxes go directly to Internal Revenue Bureau.
Thank you. At this time, a point of information, Senator Blyden.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on my colleague line of questioning, Director Williams Actalin, the first bundle that he mentioned, what the price tag, what the amount of that bundle?
So initially, this is the guaranteed, the process isn't the fixed cost because it's along the line of the construction manager at risk procurement model. So the first amount that is executed is for $100 million to do all of the pre-construction work. And then once that is designed and we agree with the design and all of the pre-construction, then we move towards getting the guaranteed maximum price as we move on. So it's a progressive model that we're using. So I hesitate to say what the end number would be.
Correct.
Because it's a process, and it's also based on whatever is designed and making sure that we have the proper value and the curriculum requirements.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the clarification. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. The chair will recognize Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You're recognized for your 7 minutes at this time.
Thank you very much. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. Director Gabriel, I'm going to start with you because you're going early and everybody know I'm going to talk about Parley Joseph project. And you gave a time frame of when this project's supposed to be completed?
Yeah, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works, fourth quarter of calendar year 2025.
You believe that to be true?
Given the current schedule that we have, given all of the discussions that we have, that is the projected schedule that the vendor is giving us.
Who from your team go to that project to inspect it monthly, weekly, whatever time frame you want to put?
So we do have Ms. Tawana Nicholas, who leads our engineering team in those inspections. Hold
up. Let me use my time wisely. Ms. Tawana.
Yes, good morning.
Any time that you have gone to that project, have you seen 10 people working on that project? 10 employees?
As of lately, he has significantly less than 10 on site.
Well, I've been there about 3 weeks ago and there was only 2.
That's about right.
And the only time I've ever seen 10 employees there is when they have been pouring. And I've been going to this project. I live in Frederickson. I've been going to this project on a monthly basis. And we're talking about, we have $25 million already invested into this project. Is it fair to say that?
Yes, Senator.
Tell me your thoughts. You say $25 million?
Yes, Senator. I understand your frustration. I share that with the minimal amount of employees on site. This contractor has significant cash flow issues. We were waiting for the execution of the a la carte, and we foresee an increase in activity.
You can't have a cash flow issue with my $25 million. Can't have that. Can't have that. That's unacceptable. And anybody that have built or do any kind of building, your finishing touch is the killer. And I walked through that project, and it's actually a shell. It really is a shell. It's just a building. So there's a lot of work to be done there that I can't see happening. I'm a betting man. It's not going to open this year. I'm a betting man. I'm not afraid to say that. It's not going to open this year. Every time I go there, I'm very disappointed, very disappointed. And I can tell you, these phones don't lie. If you take a picture today, you're going to put a date on it. I can't fabricate the date. And I can recall when the steel in the foundation of that stadium was being tied. It took a year. I took a picture 1 year. I went back the next year, and steel was still being tied by probably 3 men. So the money that we have been putting into this investment, at some point we're going to have to stand up and say, we need to take this to our next stage, because I don't think we're going to get this project complete with this particular company. I don't see it. And I reach out to him, I speak to him, and the last time I spoke to that contractor, he said that he had to have a meeting with the governor. And in one meeting with the governor, from your testimony today, you said that there's no more funding needed. But the governor said they're going to need some more funds.
So our total project cost is the $32 million, Senator. We are in discussions with him regarding a delay claim for the time he was at pause due to the CLOMAR.
For the time he was on what?
On pause.
He was on pause. Did he have a plan when he been on pause?
That was before my time.
And I will take it before your time too, because when the last administration, which was the prior administration before the MAP administration, this contractor was given $20 million straight up. He didn't have a plan up to that day. Up to when Governor MAP took office, there wasn't a plan. So what are we pausing if you don't have a plan? And these are the games that I don't accept when I have the information. You was given $20 million, and I challenge that. $20 million to build a stadium, a plan was never designed. When the MAP administration came in, they said, well, hold up. Don't just go and build any nilly-willy thing, because if you build it in the same process, it's only going to sink on us. So that's the delay he's speaking about?
No, Senator.
Well, what's the delay?
The delay was after Irma and Maria hurricanes, where FEMA had a visit on site, and they observed that the stadium was built in the floodway.
It was built in
the floodway.
If I may,
and that's why the engineering status had to be done with the piles. Am I correct to say that?
So, Senator, if you recall, under the previous administration, plans were made to change the direction of the stadium. And in addition to that, as well as the conditional letter of map revision that was required due to the hurricanes of 2017, there was a significant delay on the Polly Joseph Stadium. So earlier you referenced that there were people tying steel for rather long periods of time because there were very few activities that could be done while we were waiting for FEMA to approve the conditional letter of map revision, the CLOMAR that was caused by 2018. That's a large part, I would say 90% of the reason why we are even entertaining a delay claim.
So the delay claim is for just 2019. What about him not having the amount of
claim actually
employees?
took us through to almost the end of 2021 because that's how long it took for the design contractor as well as the government of the Virgin Islands to satisfy the conditions set forth by FEMA.
And you know, I listen to it and I don't accept it because this employer have never had a full slate of employees there. So didn't he delay us too? If you're not putting the amount of employees required for a project of this magnitude, you're delaying just by not putting the right amount of manpower there. I go to this project a lot.
30 seconds. In a floodway. That's a large part of, like I said, that was the reason for the delay. That was a large part of the reason for delay because before we could move forward, we had to submit a conditional letter of map revision to FEMA to satisfy their conditions for continuing construction. I mean, that's not debatable.
I'm going to have a lot more time for the rest of you guys, but I'm saying this. Don't come asking Senator Johnson to approve our next dollar for Polly Joseph Stadium. I grew up in that stadium. My brother played minor league ball with Chicago Cubs for some 12, 15 years, and it's half of that stadium. Half of the players from the Virgin Islands, especially the Ina St. Croix, that played major league and minor league ball, did it right in that stadium. I know what that stadium could do for our children in this territory and the amount of money that we have put into this project. Nobody don't come and ask me for no more money. Me voting for it. And I'm very straight about that. This company needs to be held accountable for the time that they have taken, the amount of money that we invested into it, and still 2 men. I go there tomorrow and I guarantee I find 2 men again. This is unacceptable. But somebody could tell us that we delay. But when they got 2 men on the project, they ain't delay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. And I must agree that GEC has really been bad in all of these projects for St. Croix. Specifically, I mean, the Polly Joseph Stadium, he should be ashamed to back some additional funding for Polly Joseph Stadium when this has been delayed for all these years. And the same thing over at Public Works with the Vitron building. How much money have we given GEC for the Vitrin building thus far?
Yeah, right now, I think we have our outstanding, or I should say invoices paid, total of about $6 million, about approximately 6.2 million.
And do we still we owe him money? Because I know you say you have moved now to a different vendor, contractor to provide services there. Do we still owe him money?
We've terminated the contract. I think that was done in November of last year. We terminated that contract. There are no more, from our standpoint, there are no more payments to be made on that contract.
And real quickly, when was that project begin, the Vitrin? When we started on that project? Going back to the Commissioner Petty days, when I was former.
Yeah.
This is back in the 33rd legislature is when we started that project. I'm sorry? I'm sorry, Commissioner, what's the date?
Yeah, we started a project in 2020. I can get the exact date for you and submit it by email, but we started in 2020.
Okay, very well. And how much funding do we have on hand to complete that project with this new contractor?
I'd prefer not to say in this forum because, like I said, it's out.
No problem. Yeah, understood. Yeah. Understood. Point of inquiry, Senator Viola, and then we'll come to Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, why was the contract terminated?
Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works, the department was not satisfied with the progress made to date.
Progress made in terms of manpower, in terms of what?
Just in terms of percentage of completion.
So are you pleased with the progress made at Polly Joseph Stadium with the limited individuals working there?
I think the Polly Joseph Stadium is a little bit different.
How?
Yeah. You said how? Again, because of the delay that was caused due to the due to
Commissioner,
the
one minute and I'll finish now. Forget about that part, okay? Because you continue to say the delay caused by the government. Okay, that was resolved. The contract was given the go-ahead to continue. They are not individuals working at the site. Do you not have a contract with a specific end date in terms of when Polly Joseph would be completed? Or is the department saying that it is okay for a contractor to have 2 employees down there on a regular basis and the same government entertaining a claim of a delay by the government for some $2 million when this contractor have delayed that project from day one, even when they had to go ahead, they have never had a full crew. And you guys are entertaining that claim by the contractor?
Yeah, I guess the answer to your question is yes, we are entertaining that claim.
Well, I mean, I'm seeing kind of like the arrogance, but the arrogance to a certain level causing this government to make foolish decisions. Because we are entertaining a $2 million claim on this government because we delayed the progress of the contract. And when you give them the go-ahead, they have 2 individuals working down there. And Ms. Nicholas here said that they have cash flow issues. So the government's supposed to say, oh, we accept all of their excuses, but we're going to go back and pay them $2 million for our delay. But they could take how long they want. And we still ain't make decision and half the thing needed to complete the stadium. If this government don't get serious, every contractor going to take advantage of us, every single one. And you fire this one already. So it shows that you know they're not doing a good job. So follow through with this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Totally unacceptable, I agree. At this time, the chair will recognize the point of inquiry by Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. You know, as a freshman senator, I took a lot of blows on this same project here in the 30th legislature when I told them we were giving millions for a pig in a basket. What I wanted to ask the commissioners, in your contract, through the chair, can you provide us with a copy of the contract? And can you tell us now whether or not you have a liquidated damages clause within that contract?
Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works. I do think if you're looking for a copy of the contract, you probably should ask the Department of Property and Procurement. They are the custodian of all government contracts. I don't have the contract in front of me. All government contracts usually have liquidated damages, so I would assume so. but I can't say so far 100%.
All right, through the chair, whomever on the governor's financial team, if we could get a copy of that contract, please. Thank you.
Thank you, so noted. At this time, we will recognize Senator Hubert Fredericks, and after him will be Senator Maurice James, Senator Clifford Carla Joseph, and then Senate President Milton Potter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers on both districts, and good morning, the listening and viewing audience. This is a very interesting discussion about Pauli Joseph Stadium. Commissioner Gabriel, let's stick on this a little longer because it's that important, especially to my district, that we understand why this project is just lingering on and on and on. And the justification when we look at the waterfront in St. Thomas, that could be built after, fully completed, and we still can't get a simple stadium built. Is frustrating to a lot of my constituents. So please bear with me as to why it's taking so long to complete what to me is some concrete and some steel. That's it. Commissioner, is your deadline for December I don't know what date, but December this year, 2025, is that a hard or a soft completion date?
I mean, that's based on a schedule that we have before us. You know, right now you have to trust the schedule that you have as project managers. That's a schedule that we have before us. We are tracking and following some risk involved with that project, but that's the schedule that we have before us right now.
It's unlikely that we'll be able to enjoy our Crucian Christmas festival in a facility that's ready, completed, and we could really enjoy it like we used to in the past. So that's why it's important, at least for my constituents, to make sure that this facility is completed so parking could be there and we could utilize the facility. We're tired of being in this space that we're in a parking lot. So what is it we could do as a legislature besides giving another $1.5 million to expedite this process?
I mean, right now, a lot of it is really on us as a government. We're trying to make sure that we hold a contractor accountable, like your colleagues mentioned. I do think, like Ms. Nicholas mentioned earlier, there are some cash flow issues. There were some decisions that needed to be made that have since been made, and we are pressing forward. Really, as a legislature, I mean, you mentioned it. There may be some cash that's needed later down the road, but right now I think it's just in holding the project management team accountable.
As long as the cash is after the project is completed, I think that's something we could consider, but between now and then, the amount of money we've spent on this project, he's just gonna have to find financing somewhere to make it through. At this point, it's a performance issue and there is a bond associated with this project. We might need to look at this as a possibility to help him out, but it has to end. It can't continue in perpetuity like it's been going. It's tiring, actually.
We agree.
All right. Let me go on with some other constituents' concern that I got about some road work. There was some work that was done, fiber optic works that was done on the eastern side of the island, Laurie Hill area, Tide Village. They had placed some fiber optic lines in the roads, and apparently those, after they covered up the lines and put the concrete, they put asphalt on top, and almost all that asphalt has been removed, and so it's been very dangerous to traverse that area. Have we already closed out that contract?
Again, so yeah, the Liberty contract is being done by a third party. The department is only acting as in the government's interest, and we do approval of the excavation permits. There are a number of areas in both districts that we have not deemed acceptable, that we've been talking to the contractor about coming back and making additional repairs. I think in the St. Croix district, you've seen that most recently with the Seven Flags Road. There are a number of areas that the contractor is working on, and I think it's Mount Pleasant. So if you send my office that information, if you provide pictures and some details, we can hold the contractor accountable for making sure that those trenches are properly covered.
Did we pay them off in full, or is it still an ongoing
The
contract?
department is not responsible for any payments. That's a project being done by Liberty VI. So the only thing that we do is we issue excavation permits for that project.
Okay, great. We could send your department that information, no problem. As it relates to the Christiansted Town sewage issue, that's also a lot of calls I'm getting. Anything in particular we're doing to expedite that so the restaurants especially could get away from that foul smell?
Yeah, so just so we're clear, that is a waste management project. I do have information because I do serve as a chairman, currently as a chairman of the board. That project is approximately, I think, between 80 and 85% complete. The contractor is waiting for additional materials as well as some design alterations before we can resume the last 15%. I think we're anticipating that our project will be complete by end of April, early May, with including punch list items.
And one more question in reference to infrastructure. There's a
1 minute.
A bridge being built near Frontline in Calcahoon area. We're trying to get a good idea of how soon the residents could start utilizing that bridge. We hope not another year or so. Do you have any idea what they can anticipate, what I could tell them? Because they call our offices all the time. So we need your help.
Yes, Senator, I appreciate that question. So just to clarify, that is the last bridge of the 5 that were originally done with our partnership with the Eastern Federal Lands. Right now, we are anticipating that bridge will be fully complete by September of this year, 2025.
Thank you, Commissioner. Last but not least, the abandoned vehicle issue is still a menace to our community. Where are we in terms of that? I was in Bavoni last week, and I was shocked to see so many old vehicles all over the place. Can you give us an update?
Yeah, so we have been working. So again, the department does administer that fund through the 3 island administrators. So while the abandoned vehicle program isn't directly ours, there is a significant amount of visibility that we have. I know we've been working with the acting administrator in St. Thomas and Water Island to get several areas cleaned up. That's one of actually the things one of your colleagues asked us about a Bavoni project, and that's one of the things that we are going to address when we do Bavoni. There's a number of other areas, Cantan, the hospital ground area, that we are looking to do abandoned vehicle removal when we do our paving projects later this year. And again, just to mention, we do plan in March to issue a tentative schedule so we can provide that directly to your office and to all 15 of your colleagues so that you're aware of what we have going on.
Yeah, much appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. At this time, we are about to take a 3-minute recess, but when we return, we have Senator Maurice James, Senator Carla Joseph, and Senate President Milton Potter. The committee stands in recess for 3 minutes.
And we're out of recess. Again, today we have the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance, and we have the Governor's Financial Team here, as well as the Department of Public Works. And next we'll go to Senator Maurice James. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, testifiers. Thank you for being with us, and good morning to everyone in and out the room. First, I want to announce that on Thursday, I am having Mrs. Adrienne Williams-Octoline in front of me, so leave her alone today. Thank you. But really, on Thursday, she will be in front of us, and we will dive into a lot of the disaster recovery projects. I also want to say that I was not on the Finance Committee before, and I am happy to be on it now. I told Senators Vielle and Francis that I was a little nervous, but to me, I have to go after the money in this committee, so that's what I am going to do. And I will start with the BIR Director, Mr. Lee, because I really want to find out whether or not if we need to amend legislation again with respect to 8258. In 2019, the 33rd legislature removed the requirement that taxes had to be paid before the issuance of license, right? And sometimes we do things and we find out that it doesn't work. And in the 33rd legislature, required that not later than December 15, 2024, that you conduct an impact analysis of 8258 on revenue collection. So I want to find out from you how, if transitioning from the front end to the back end of the licensing process, if it has delayed the revenue collection, because there's no mention in the testimony about the real impact. So can you talk to us about that?
Good day, Joe Lee, the Director of Bureau of Internal Revenue. The answer is yes. It has significantly impacted our ability to collect. We have businesses who now simply just go and renew their license. The license requirement allows them to bank, get insurance, and get paid by vendors, by their contractors, whoever they may be. So while if I do a revocation, which is the way it's set up now, they already have their license in hand. It's like your driver's license. If, God forbid, it gets suspended or whatnot, well, unless the person who's asking to see it does a background check with the police, they're not going to know it's suspended. You have your
so license. You're saying they already have the license from the department,
LCA.
Consumer, and so when you sent, and that's I want to focus on, you sent 255 taxpayers to the LCA for license revocation. But at the same time, if you sent them the list of 255, shouldn't you then have begun tax collection on the 255?
Yeah, we will already have sent that, but remember the clearance is a mechanism of a tool because they need that. Their banks need that.
I know, but I am trying to get to this. You sent 255 taxpayers to the LCA, but at the same time, you should then be collecting the delinquent taxes from them. So of the 255, how many did you collect the taxes from?
No, we are always collecting, so it's a matter of, so for example, our ultimate authority is being able to seize their bank accounts. That presumes that money is in that account. However, that's from a tax collection process, but they can't even get paid to get monies not to put in the bank account without that license because whoever's paying them is requiring it.
You are digressing from my question. You send 255 names to
LCA.
Right. So then you know that 255 people are delinquent. Of the 255 taxpayers who are delinquent, how many were you able to collect from? How many of those 255?
Well, we pursue all of them.
Okay, you can't give me a number on the 255
No,
right
I
now.
don't have
Okay,
a
let me
specific
move on.
number.
That's what I realized. You can't give me a number on that. Then do you think, though, then that we should repeal?
Yes,
You do?
yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's why I wanted to get that too, because it doesn't seem like it's working. And based on how you're responding, even at 255 people may still be out there with license operating,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay, so we're not collecting any money. And this is a finance committee in collection. And so, you know, Mr. Leardam, you know, I am coming to you, of course, because this is my area. And you spoke about the 470 properties in FY 2025. Let me see if I can find that page. Where you talk about issuing, I believe, tax clearance letters for those 470 tax clearances, right? I believe that's what was said.
Yes, Senator.
Correct, Mr.
Yes,
Leardam?
Senator.
Okay. How much stamp tax was collected for the 470 tax clearances that were issued? Because you know, every time you do a closing, you get the tax clearance letter, you close on the property, and stamp tax is paid. How much was that?
Senator, the Brent Laird, tax collector. Thank you for the question. Stamp taxes are collected through the recorder of deeds, so I can follow up with that information for you.
Right, because we don't know from this testimony how much money was collected for 470 tax clearances that were listed. Also, would you be able to let me know?
30 seconds.
Sir, can I? Okay. I also need to know, everybody need to understand the stamp tax is different from what was reported in here. How many are commercial as opposed to residential? I'd like to know that too, through the chair, please. And I wanted to ask about on page 15, where there's the information about our offices and the
time.
May I, sir?
Yeah, you might conclude, Senator.
Are we having another wrong? Because this is a long...
We are, but you go ahead and finish up your thoughts.
Go ahead. Okay, thank you. I wanted to find out, I didn't understand about the unfunded mandate because your offices are responsible for collection, tax collection. Is it that you're saying that you don't have enough people on staff to accomplish the tax collections? Is that what you're saying?
Thank you for that question, Senator. The regular collection process, we have enough people for that. When it comes to a final collection activity, that's a very specific legal process for which we have to have people that are legally trained, that are able to help us meticulously go through the process. And so we need to add persons on board specifically for that if we're going to be conducting final collection activities on the regular.
So you're saying that you need attorneys in order to pursue the final tax collections?
The role would be filled by legal assistants that are versed in this type of work.
Okay, and with respect to that, I'm still not understanding why you would cancel the collection. Well, let me go to. I'm trying to figure out if your total delinquency amount is 125 million, and then below you say, and I'll specifically, well, the amount collected reflects collections for the first 4 months and represents 9%. How confident are you that you will meet the projected revenue amount for fiscal year 2025 if we're having so many issues in collecting taxes?
Senator, with real property taxes, there's a high and low that goes on during the course of the fiscal year. Right now, we're in the low. As soon as the new tax bills are issued in June, you're going to see a spike. double digit, double digit in the millions for the next several months. This is not the first time we've been at this point in time and are that behind in collecting taxes. We're actually ahead of where we were in 2023 and ahead of where we were in 2021. But again, with the announcement of final collection activities, people seem to come out of the woodwork that may not have been paying attention when we've been talking about, please come and do a payment plan or something before that happens. And so we don't look forward to doing it, but if that's what has to be done, we will be doing it, and we're in the final stages of planning for final collection activities.
I just want to end by saying to the people of the Virgin Islands, when we don't pay our taxes and there's $125 million of taxes, real property taxes, that's when programs like the mobile integrated healthcare cannot be funded. And all the other services. So please pay your taxes. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James, for your line of questions. Senator Johnson, you recognize for your point of information.
Point of inquiry really to tax assessor. Point of information. Yeah, you guys were supposed to be doing an action again. What caused the delay of that action, and when will we be having one again?
Brent Laird, I'm tax collector. We had auction scheduled for June of last year, and because people ran in and paid, and we were unable to have that two-day event, they were canceled at that time. We can only prepare a certain amount of properties for each auction because it's, again, a legal process. It's in excess of 10-step process that you have to go through on each property in terms of notification and other legal requirements. And so once we prepare those properties, if people run at the last minute and pay them off in full, we're happy for that. But at the same time, it may impugn what we're doing with that particular scheduled day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Real quickly, Mr. Laird, what was your projection for FY24 of collections?
The projected amount for fiscal year 24 was 61 million.
What was your actual?
The actuals collected was 62.7 million.
Okay. Hence, you met your projection. Why you believe that, again, you'll be seeing that in FY25?
Yes, the projections for FY25 is 64 million.
Yes.
Yes, and we do believe we will meet them.
Okay, very well. What's going to be done differently?
Well, it's the same. We're trying to encourage persons to pay on time and to come in and pay their property tax bills. So we have seen it resulting in an increased amount of payment plans. And again, once we are vigilant in making sure that, once it's delinquent, we mark you as delinquent, we put you in a delinquency publication and so forth, we expect that to continue to help, but it's not going to be cured in one fiscal year.
Very well, thank you. Real quickly, the chair will recognize Senator Carla J. Joseph. You're recognized for your 7 minutes at this time.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to my colleagues, the people of the Virgin Islands, and all of the testifiers here today. Commissioner McCurdy, I want to really thank you for your testimony. It was very clear and easy to read. Kindly turn with me, Commissioner McCurdy, to page 8 of your testimony. I'm going to focus my questioning just partially on the Epstein Fund. I wasn't clear, and you mentioned under funds received and utilized that the government has already expended 33.6 million of the Epstein Fund for government operations. I kindly provide through the chair a listing, a detailed listing and breakdown of those expenditures.
Okay.
And if you can, tell us where the bulk of those expenditures went towards that 33.6 million.
Vendor payments.
Vendor payments. Okay. And how much of it?
I can get that breakdown for you. That will be more explicit, but I know for sure it was last fiscal year and it was mostly vendor payments.
Okay. Did any of it go towards any of the state of the emergency that we had in place for the Water and Power Authority?
No, Senator.
Okay, great. Now, kindly indicate for us on the next bullet that comes right underneath that, you have $97.8 million in an interest-bearing account. What is the amount of that interest?
I believe as of now, Ms. Carty, can you provide that information?
It's a negotiated fixed amount, Ms. Carty.
Good afternoon, Brenda Carty, Assistant Director of Treasury. We will have to get back to you on that.
I hope before the end of this meeting, you will be able to provide that information, Ms. Carty.
No problem.
Thank you so kindly. And so any issues regarding the maturity date and the like and what bank it's being held in, you will have to provide that before the end of the meeting, correct?
I will try my very best to do so.
Okay, well, if you don't, please send it through the chair. Then I wanted to dive into the commissioner, because I know you're leaving, of Public Works. I had some questions regarding some of these projects because you listed a whole heap of projects here, but it doesn't have any, only a few of them have completion date. So I'm just going to run down the list of what I need projected completion date. And if there are going to be any type of controversy with revealing the amount of the project, kindly state so, because we don't want to give person an advantage when they're going to bid. All right, so I'm just focusing on St. Thomas, St. John District. For the Veterans Improvement Phase 2A, do you have a projected completion date? And that will be the Veterans Drive resurfacing. What is your completion date?
So just to make sure, we're talking about the repairs we're making now?
Yes.
Those should be done in early March 2025.
March 2025, Veterans Drive resurfacing, March 2025 as well?
Yes, correct.
Okay. The First Avenue, when is that going to be completed?
I'll ask Jomo McLean to respond.
Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager. Right now, the contract is supposed to end in May, but we've had some delays with due to waste management with some old sewer lines. So it might be completed. It's in June or July.
June or July of 2025.
Yes.
Okay. And then we have the Charlotte Amalie Town Drainage Improvement. You said it was 55% completed. When is your end date?
June or July, early summer.
July, okay. All right.
I just want to caveat, Senator, we may add some other locations that may take that out another 60 days, depending on the project.
Okay.
Okay.
Those were, okay, now I want to skip to page 5 quickly. Fish Fry Drive, kindly indicate the name of the design consultant you have. You said the department has contracted a design consultant who is currently designing. Do you know the name?
We could get back to you.
Okay, good. All right, so I'm quickly moving ahead. Now, thank you so much for providing all of that information. Mr. Latham, my good friend. Before I get to you, Mr. Latham, I need to ask Mr. McCurdy, my other good friend, Commissioner McCurdy. You do recall having Act number 8915, and I know our chairman put it in his discussion for today, that Act 8915. There is a really major burning issue also that we have outside of collections, and it's all included with collections. But we have under item section 2E, it states in this act that no later than 30 days after the enactment of this act, the Commissioner of Finance shall submit to the Attorney General of the Virgin Islands all checks due to insufficient funds for investigation and prosecution. Have you done that?
We have reached out to the Attorney General's office, and so part of the process that we're trying to rectify is making sure that folks who did initially issue checks that bounced, that did went back to the department and provided the department with proper payment. I believe we've done that, and we are in discussion with the Attorney General's office to comb through the list
30 seconds.
to make sure that the list that he has is an accurate list, and those people indeed still have outstanding monies for the department, for the government.
And what is the aggregate amount that you have calculated that to be?
The last number I saw was 1.2.
1.2, so it dropped significantly from the 13 million?
It dropped significantly from 30 million.
Because of what?
I'm not sure. The final spreadsheet that we got was, the spreadsheet that I saw a couple of weeks ago was 1.2.
That's a significant decrease. What causes to decrease at that high level?
I'm not sure, Senator.
Well, you know, that's
I think part of what happened, part of what happened is...
That's a question and that's an answer you should know, because you have your staff reconciling to see if those individuals made good on it or what have you. I am expecting that you would know what would have been the cause, but I'm going to move on. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if my time was called. Was it?
Yes, it was called, so Senator, you may wrap up.
Okay, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. I do want to ask Mr. Laird, when are you anticipating holding an auction? What are you looking at, and what date are you looking to have an auction for these properties? Because this is $125 million we have out on the street. That could take care of Medicaid, billing all, fixing the roads them that aren't covered by federal grants, making a Medicaid match, you know, dealing with our hospital unfunded liability, all of those things. That's money. So when are you looking at having another action, sir?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Brent Laird, I'm tax collector. Please keep in mind that any auction would be a very small fraction of the amount of people that owe delinquencies. But we are in the final stages of preparing those final collection activities now. And as soon as we get to that point, then the Lieutenant Governor would make that announcement. But it will be shortly forthcoming.
And so you're anticipating it's going to happen in this fiscal year?
Absolutely. Yes, Senator.
Okay. Okay, that's very good. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your leeway. I appreciate it deeply.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Commissioner McCurdy, what authority did you guys have to spend the Epstein money?
The 33 million?
The Epstein funding, the $33 million you said you paid for vendors payment?
My memory is happened a months ago. This is in FY24. I believe the master agreement said that there's a portion of the money that goes to the general fund, and that is the authority that was utilized to transfer that money to the general fund, and then therefore to the coffers of the Virgin Islands and to the Treasury of the Virgin Islands, and we use it to cover expenses that they came about.
All right, we'll have our legal counsel take a look at it and see what's happening in that space. We have a different view on that, by the way, on that matter. A point of inquiry, Senator Viale. Please recognize the mic of Senator Viale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you're saying that $33 million was spent in the last fiscal year?
I can get the exact time for you. I believe it's last fiscal year, but I don't want to tell you something and not confirm.
And the 33 million was spent on vendor payments?
Mostly vendor payment, yes.
So you spent monies from a special fund for vendor payment in the amount of 33 million and still have an outstanding balance of vendor payment of some 60-something million.
That is correct.
Are any vendors being paid from the general fund, or we just supplementing everything else? Because you're also taking from Bank 2 to pay vendor payments, correct?
There are vendors who are paid out of Bank 2. That's because they're either tourism vendors or vendors related to Bank 2 transactions. But that's where they get their money from.
So that's my statement. You took $33 million from the Epstein fund to pay vendor payments. You still have an outstanding balance of some $67 million, but yet you characterize the finances of this government as stable. Just continue to remember that as we ask questions. As stable, despite the fact that you're taking monies that should have been going in other areas for vendor payment, but we're trying to put on the record that it's stable. And I'm going to ask you the question at the end of this meeting, if you still believe that the finances of this government are stable. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Vialli. At this time, the chair will recognize Senate President Milton Potter. You recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to our testifiers. Without question, the state of affairs with regards to the government's finances is precarious at best. That would be my characterization of this, just based on the numbers that are before us today. Had the government not borrowed, or had the government not done the $40 million drawdown from the line of credit, our cash at hand would effectively be zero. So in fact, we seem to be relying on emergency borrowing to maintain some level of liquidity for the GVI. I wanted to ask Commissioner McCarty, with $66.1 million owed to vendors and only $38.9 million in available cash, what is the timeline for addressing outstanding obligations?
Senator, we're addressing vendor payments every week. The $66 million, 15 of that $56 million is related to allotment. $7 million is related to one-time vendor payments. Not one-time vendor payments, sorry, refund payments. $4 million of that is related to left pocket, right pocket movement of cash, which is interdepartmental movement of money. So if you take all of that away, our actual vendor payment is a lot lower than that. Now, does that mean that we have the cash to support all of that right now? No, we do not. Based on the collections for general fund averages about 1.7 a day. That is not always consistent, but we make do with what we have. Vendors need to be paid. Right now, I am looking at I'm paying 2025 for bills that happen in 2024. So, I mean, the reason why I say it's stable is because I can't complain. These things need to happen. I need to make sure that employees are paid, vendors are paid, and they continue to do business with us. I do not have the luxury of sitting and saying that things are terrible. I need to figure out a way to make it happen, and that's exactly what I do every single day, along with a wonderful team at the Department of Finance and my team here in the governance financial team.
Understood, Commissioner, and I appreciate your efforts. I appreciate the work that you and your team do. But, saying that it's precarious, that's not a strike on you. It's not a strike on anyone. It's just really articulating the realities of the situation that we're in, at least from my perspective. I wanted to ask you, though, are there vendor negotiations currently on the way? I mean, I'm just thinking about vendors who are owed monies for a long period of time, right? Are we doing some sort of proactive steps to make sure that we don't have any sort of major government disruptions of operations because vendors aren't paid?
We are. Part of the ongoing effort right now that Director Ryman and I have is we're making sure that the mandatory costs for departments are put, the budget for mandatory costs for departments are put online so that once those payments become due, we are addressing them immediately. We are also encouraging departments, we're meeting with CFOs to go through their outstanding vendor payments. Sit with us and let us know what you have, not just what's in the system, because that's part of the problem that we are encountering, where bills are literally falling out of the sky, and we only know about them 6 months after that these bills are due, and it's not no small amount. And we know about it when, you know, a situation is afoot, and we have to address it. So we're meeting with departments and agencies, and we're also working with department and agencies to get their mandatory costs put online and upfront, and we can see them, and then we have, therefore address them better.
Thank you. I mean, I think just having that sort of dialogue and those discussions with the actual vendors who potentially can just decide today, look, it's been 2 months since I've received payment, my operation is at risk, and I can't, you know, it's not sustainable for me to continue to provide these services, so I'm walking off of the job. You know, so you could potentially have persons who are cleaning hospitals or picking up trash or doing those essential services that make a community survive. You know, that's my concern, that, you know, we're just not faced with tomorrow a major crisis because a vendor walks off the job for lack of payment. And that's why I asked about, is there some sort of proactive negotiations with the vendors themselves to maybe adjust the payment cycles or to have some sort of discussion to ensure that services continue while the government finds a strategy for payment. But I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it at that for now. And I wanted to ask you about contract negotiations. Not necessarily you. I know the chief negotiator is there, and I know we have 15 active union contracts currently being negotiated. I wanted to get a sense as to how the administration is balancing union negotiations with the need for long-term financial stability. Are wages being tied to actual revenue performance, or is there a risk of increasing personnel costs beyond what is sustainable?
Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator at the Office of Collective Bargaining. To make sure I understand your question, one of the things I do...
30 seconds.
You can go ahead. You can go ahead.
One of the things I do before I go to negotiations is inform the Office of Management and Budget and the governor of the negotiations that I'm about to enter, the stats or data about the bargaining unit or bargaining units, and the possible cost of those negotiations. So I do my best to get authority and provide sufficient information so that I go in with sufficient knowledge and authority to negotiate wages. So I do so in good faith.
Okay, so I know my time has been called, Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up very quickly. My concern is that we don't find ourselves going down the same lonely road once again, where we negotiate contracts beyond our ability to pay. I know we have upwards of $100 million in outstanding retroactive monies that is owed to the government of the Virgin Islands, and I'm just nervous as to with 15 contracts with a precarious financial situation, with active contracts being negotiated, are we negotiating in good faith? Are we going to be contributing further to the structural deficit of the government of the Virgin Islands? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Point of information.
Thank you. 1 second, Senator Francis Heidegger. You had a response to Senate President Potter's comment?
His question is whether we're negotiating in good faith, and again, my answer is yes. If I do not have authority to negotiate wages, I don't.
But you still have discussion in respect to languages and other areas.
Yes, we negotiate what we can.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please recognize the presence of Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. Point of information, Senator Heidegger.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the testifiers. Good afternoon to my colleagues and the testifiers. This is directly to Commissioner McCurdy. I was in my office and I'm trying to get some clarity on this Epstein money. And when you said that the settlement stated that monies were put into the coffers of the general fund for operating expenses, and you decided on your own to spend it how you chose to, how does that work? Because I remember when we were given a report from OMB, the majority of the money was specifically earmarked for specific things, which was senior citizens' homes. They had mental health facilities. It went down a list of things. So the bulk of the money, we couldn't spend it how we wanted to. We passed legislation to direct the monies to those things that were already negotiated. But then we were told there is some roughly $55 million that was open, and the legislature had the authority to then earmark where those monies would go. So I just need some clarity. Is that the open operating monies that you said you spent? Because I know the legislature earmarked those monies to go elsewhere, and I don't want to have any potential confusion if the money is already spent. So are you saying that inside of those negotiations, an additional amount for operating expenses was separate, or that roughly $55 million that we already split up is what you're saying you spent? That's all I need clarity on.
I cannot speak to $55 million that was had in a prior discussion. What I am saying is there was $33 million that was slated to go to the general fund, that went to the general fund and was utilized for governmental operations.
But who authorized you to do that? That's what I'm trying to understand. Because any monies deposited into the general fund for operations, the legislature decides how that money is spent. That part, because I'm very much confused. Because if that's the case, any money that goes into the general fund, you're saying that you as the finance chair could just spend it at will. So I'm very concerned at the message that's being put out here on this Senate floor today.
Yeah, that's the finance commissioner, not the finance chair, Senator. Finance.
What did you say, sir?
Finance commissioner, not the finance chair.
Oh, finance commissioner, yes. But could I get that answered? Because I really need to understand what's happening here today.
I'm not sure what the question is. What I spent, based on the agreement, there was a $33 million that was transferred to the general fund that was utilized for general fund operations. That is my knowledge, and that is what I know.
And Mr. President, what I'm asking the finance commissioner is monies that are put into the general fund, they are spent and appropriated by the legislature. So I'm trying to understand, did the agreement state that he had the right to spend those monies? And I also want clarity, is this potentially some of the same monies we were told that was open that this legislature has already split up? I just need clarity on that.
Please provide the clarification. Obviously, in your testimony, you spoke about the $33.6 million that was utilized. However, that the $97.8 million that was deposited into the interest-bearing account is what, in fact, the legislature has subsequently divvied up, based on bills that was put in place and act that's currently in effect.
So that $97 million is still in the interest-bearing account, collecting interest.
So the question is whether or not you're conflating or you're talking about the $33.6 million as part of the $97 million.
Absolutely not, no.
Well, that's why the clarity is being asked, and you should clarify.
No, there's the $97 million is there. The $33 million obviously is not there.
So that they're separate monies.
Correct.
Mr. Chair, through the chair, please request through the chair a copy of the outline for the operating, the negotiated agreement, so we could verify exactly what all these monies were supposed to be split up for, because I have a strong feeling there's some overlap happening here. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. So noted. Senator Maurice James, you recognized for your point of information.
Thank you. To follow up on my colleague, have you read the settlement agreements?
When I first started, yeah.
And
about a year and a half
so
ago.
the question is, do the settlement agreement specifically address government operations?
I cannot recall, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. At this time, obviously, we'll continue to look at the agreement. There is a breakdown available on the tracker, senators, with the breakdown of the Epstein Fund, and you could take a look at. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewers, listeners, and present. Commissioner McCurdy, the $66.1 million that you have for vendor payment, any of the wage negotiations or anything tied to that monies as to who are supposed to be paid?
No, those would just be, no, they're not.
Okay, because again, to now, I have where, so vendors are National Guard members who are retired, who are supposed to collect their pension, they are not getting their monies. Are they considered a part of these vendor payments?
No, not to my knowledge. These are just folks that we've either done business with as a vendor, providing a service.
Okay, so the listing of the National Guard members who have retired between the age 55 before they make 60, who are supposed to collect, it seems like a listing of like hundreds of them that have not been able to collect, and we're being told that finance is the problem. That's what I've been told.
I'll have to look into that. I can look into that and get back with you.
Okay. I get back with you on that. Commissioner Gabriel.
Good afternoon.
You know, good afternoon. You know, I heard the governor talk about great things in his State of the Territorial address that, you know, I said give credence to great accolades. But like I said in an interview, drive around the island. Drive around the island. You drive around the island, there are major problems. One, the roads. Two, the lighting, that's not you. The side of the roads need to cut, you know, different things. Is there a contingent plan right now to address those things?
Good afternoon, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works. So I would say yes. I think between this body, several appropriations made by this body under the 35th legislature, we've gotten some pots of funds to address several roads on all three islands. And of course, famously, the 35th legislature also gave us some money to assist with roadsides in the St. Croix district. We have been making some progress. I know, of course, we keep getting inundated with rains. The potholes are coming back. But I think we've made some pretty significant progress, particularly over the last 6 months, with the condition of our infrastructure on all three islands.
Okay, Savang will get paved too? That's on the list?
Yes, it is. Good. For sure by the end of this year. We have
okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Good. Now the cemeteries. Eastern Cemetery running out of land.
Yes.
Is there a contingent plan we're working on? And the Western Cemetery, this wall is going up around it. It looks different to the other walls. You know, could you discuss a quick bit on that, please?
Yeah. So I'll start with Eastern Cemetery. You are correct. We do need land. I know I've spoken several times at this body. We have been going through the government outline process, getting appraisals, getting surveys, coming up with a cost, so we can approach this body of what it's going to take to purchase land to expand all of our cemeteries, quite frankly. For the Eastern Cemetery wall, you are correct. I'm sorry, for the Western Cemetery wall, you are correct. It does look different. It is more modern than the mass masonry wall that's done around Western Cemeteries 1 and 2. Just because, of course, we're using more contemporary construction, and we are looking to model it more so like the wall in the Eastern Cemetery. So there will be some blue bit elements we're hoping as well.
Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner McCurdy, can I get a listing of all the federal funds in the territory, how it is being spent, and the projection for any balances? That's one. Also, can I accounts payables and accounts receivables? 2024 budget just ended. We're 5 months out. What is the reconciliation as to, has there been any outstanding money, any savings from the 24 budget going forward?
No, we did not end in a surplus. I think we ended in a deficit.
What is the deficit?
I believe 15 million. Ms. Carter, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, yeah, you could get that information from me. We keep that going. Personnel Director Richardson, in regards to the numbers of how we're looking at persons about to retire, I think we have like you mentioned, roughly 600 employees that could, in position to retire. What is your contingency plan, and do you have one for the succession of the government going forward?
Good afternoon, Cindy Richardson, Director of Division of Personnel. We have a few things in place. As you know, we have the Retirees Return to Work program. That's one of the things that we have in place. We also have the push for succession planning throughout the government. And we also have 2 other projects that I do not want to go into too much details because they're in the RFP process. But we do have
1 minute.
We do have a recruitment campaign that's out to bid right now that's going to be utilized on a local, regional, and national level, as well as the procurement of a learning management system that will be used to upskill the current GVI population with a catalog of various courses that government employees will be able to utilize free of cost.
Okay, thank you for that. I could also follow up with you offline and some of the other ideas you have. In regards to
30 seconds.
the match that, let me see, Director Octerlin, Williams Octerlin, how many homes have been built thus far?
Built as in repaired for the Envision program?
Over the years we've been having this conversation where I keep telling you only build 50 at a time. You're stuck with your 100. How many of the 100 out of the 100 have been built?
So we've completed overall 42 homes. We have another 8 homes that's projected to be completed within the next 3 weeks. And we have 101 in construction right now.
Okay, and in closing, if I may, Mr. Chair, in regards to one of the bundles you said went out, I know the governor mentioned about $1 billion bundle going out at one point, where I believe they're already locked into contracts. You said 5% is taken off of those bundles. Did the government receive $50 million from the 5% of that $1 billion bundle?
No, it is only taken out when payments are made to the contractor. So, payments are made in increments. So once that check is cut, then we will realize it over the entire term of the contract, but it's done incrementally.
Okay, so when are we supposed to realize that $50 million from that $1 billion bundle? What time frame?
That would the contract term. So it could be 3 years, 3 to 4 years.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff, for your line of questions. I know that Commissioner Gabriel leaves at 1 o'clock. It's now 1 o'clock, and Senator Viola, you're up next, but I'll allow for Senator Gittens to just do a quick line of question to Commissioner Gabriel before he leaves. You got a couple for him as well? All right.
Thanks.
Senator Gittens, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to know how does the outstanding scope of work align with the budget for Polly Joseph Stadium, and whether or not that $7 million will be sufficient for the completion of this project. Will it cover the finishing work, the procurement, installation of equipment, or just structural?
So, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. So, great question. So we are reviewing the existing scope of work as we speak. Like I said, and like Ms. Nicholas mentioned, there were some decisions made when we were looking at the a la carte menu that have decreased in some cases and increased in some cases the price. Our focus right now is to complete the Polly Joseph scope. There may be some items that we may have to come back down to this body for, depending on just how the a la carte decisions continue to progress. Yeah, but I would leave it there.
Well, I'm like my colleague from the West, because I ain't voting for another dime for this company again. And I stated that the last time that they came. You know, I strongly suggest that we subpoena this company to come before us and get in here and answer the questions that we need answers to. And if the committee doesn't do that today, I will be positioned to do that at the next session, because enough is enough. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittens. And Commissioner Gabriel, you have a few. We have Senator Viola also have a few questions for you, and his turn up now. So Senator Viola, you're recognized for your 7 minutes at this time.
Mr. Chair, just before you move on, just for you and your colleagues, I do want to remind everybody, I will, the rest of the DPW team, as well as Ms. Nicholas, will remain available to answer any questions you have.
Correct. Senator Viola, you're recognized for your 7
Thanks,
minutes.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon to the people of St. Croix. Commissioner, do you agree that the government of the Virgin Islands owes a contractor $2 million for delay in contract?
So it was.
Do you agree or not agree? Because the governor publicly stated at more than one venue that he believes that this government owes a contractor the $2 million. Are you in agreement?
I agree. I think the government does owe the contractor a delay claim. Okay. I don't think it's an amount of $2 million, but I do think that the government of the Virgin Islands does owe the contractor a delay claim.
Does the contractor owe the government of the Virgin Islands anything for delay in completing the project by only having limited individuals working on the project on a regular basis? Are we making a claim against the contractor?
So again, I don't have the contract before me. I just assuming we do have liquidated damages in the contract, and when we get to a date where we are
so hold on 1 minute, Commissioner. You can't assume. You're the commissioner. There should be liquidated damages in that particular contract, and this government is owed. So I don't know which of my colleagues are going to support that $2 million. So I don't know exactly where you're going to get those monies from. But we can't have a contractor who has been on a project for donkey years without having a full crew, and then we paying them money for delay in contract when they refuse to have workers on the site on a regular basis. I mean, what is the definition of being foolish? And that's what this government come to? That somebody can just come and tell us we owe them $2 million, they can't even complete the project? So let me move on from that, because that's the least of the worries. We have $33 million in Epstein monies being placed in the general fund and being spent. Who gave you that authorization? How is it accounted for? What part of the collection report is that $33 million? Under what?
Senator, I would have to go back and check.
Oh, you got to go back. You need to know, and I need to know which fiscal year. Because We had a deficit last year of $15 million, you said, right?
No, sorry, I wanted to correct that. Thank you very much for allowing me the opportunities. 152 million.
So the deficit last year was 152 million?
That's correct.
So it's important. Is that number right, Mr. Judge? 152 million deficit last year, projections versus revenues? Revenues versus expenses?
Go ahead. No, this is based on the year-end report that Department of Finance does.
So based on the year-end report for FY24, we had a deficit of 152 million.
Yes, sir.
And that's why it's important to know if that $33 million was included in revenues for last fiscal year, because if it was, then the deficit is 180-something million. Correct?
Fair enough.
Correct?
Fair enough.
Fair enough or correct?
No, I have to find. I don't want to tell you that something is and then it isn't.
Okay.
I just want to make sure.
So let me make sure. Your deficit was 150.
152.
If the $33 million is included in last year's collection report, then the deficit was really 185 absent.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I want again. And this year, our revenue collection is below last year. Correct.
Yeah.
And your projections for this year in income tax is what, 484 million? What's your projection this year?
The projection this year, Senator, this is Joe Lee, is 602 million in income tax.
No. Income plus corporate, not income tax alone.
Oh, yeah. Individual or corporate or both?
Individual.
Oh, 502.
Okay, but the legislature projection, and it's so small, was 484. Apparently, they reduced what you guys had. But when you look at what you actually collected for FY24, you collected $390 million. So your projection is almost 100 million more than what you collected. And your collections this year is below last year. So you collected 390 last year, you're collecting less this year, and you projected 484 million, which means this government just in income tax alone is going to have a deficit of over $100 million. How are we moving forward with FY25 with the data in front of us saying as clear as day that we're not collecting at the same level as the worst year, which was last year? So is there a need for the FY25 budget to be revisited?
Senator, at this point, we're looking at the budget and looking at collections. When we looked at, there were some collections made last week that put basically individual income tax pretty much in line with where we think it should be. What we really think is the number.
Okay, so hold up there.
Sure.
Can we ask a question about the individual income tax? Why has it decreased? We heard that we lost some taxpayers that were
larger taxpayers.
Large
correct.
taxpayers. So you're saying we get them back last week?
No, but we had a large payment by one taxpayer.
Yes, because remember, the extension put us in February. So all my actuals are through the end of January. So ideally, when February's numbers are final, it will be as.
So when you are expecting that when February numbers are final, right now you have a 32 million deficit. No, wrong report.
Should be 20 something.
Right now your deficit is 20 million?
Yeah, 21, exactly.
And you're expecting that you will catch up, literally?
Yes. All the other categories are pretty much up. Gross receipts, corporate, special funds have been flat, but yes.
So by February, the $26 million deficit in income tax will be gone?
Pretty much.
Pretty close, 20
Pretty
something,
close.
yes.
So you believe that you're going to be able to meet your projections?
Yes. Through February.
In reference to allotments, are the semi-autonomous entities receiving their allotment? Let me be specific. When last UVI get their allotment?
UVI, I think is up to December, but I can have Ms. Serrano confirm that.
Ms. Serrano, please confirm that for me. The line of credit
Yes.
is December?
You wanted the pending for UVI?
Yeah, up to 1 month did they receive the allotment?
Okay, so I think we're just getting into November for them. We have like 8 million pending for them.
8 million pending for which month?
1 minute.
8 million overall pending for UVI. We're just getting into the November allotment.
Okay, so they have not received the November, December, the January allotment for UVI?
That's correct.
3 months outstanding for
That's
university. The government departments, are they receiving a full allotment or have you instituted a reduction?
Smaller agencies are receiving a full allotment, but the larger agencies are reduced by approximately 10%.
By 10%?
Correct.
Okay. And despite the reduction in the allotment, are you still having issues paying for vendor services
30
because
seconds.
it just exists on paper? You're giving the department the money, but they actually don't have it in cash to make payment to vendors, so when they send it down to finance, the checks are staying there forever?
What we are finding, Senator, to be very blunt here, is that you have prior year bills that were not paid, that was actually not budgeted.
Prior year that goes back to what?
In some cases, you have 2022, 2023, and 2024.
2022, 23, and 24?
Correct.
When was this administration elected?
2018.
Hence, internally, those issues should be dealt with by the present financial team. This is nothing that was created years ago. This is a direct reflection of the individuals that are reporting financially to the team, not doing what they're supposed to do. And I have not heard anything in reference to any executive order that forcing people to do what they're supposed to do to account for the monies of the people of the Virgin Islands. So it cannot be an excuse. And I will ask my other questions on the next round. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale. One of the points that was made in regards to some of the prior year expenses, have you been able to reconcile that? I mean, I've been hearing that for some time now where, individuals are bringing in invoices dating back to, in some instances, even prior to 2019. How are you addressing that particular issue?
So part of the issue, and then we've decided I think it was last year, that we're no longer doing that, where let's keep it simple so everybody follows. If your budget is $10, and we, based on our revenue projection, we can afford to give you $10, but let's say as we go through, we can give you $9 based on the reduced projection. We're not collecting at the level that we thought we would. Folks are still under the impression that they can spend $10. So even though we collected 8, 9, 7, they're still under the impression that they can spend 10. What then happens is the money is encumbered at the end of the fiscal year, and then we're moving forward. Last year, we spent $187 or $85 million in FY24 on expenses going back to 2004.
So what is the course correction? Because obviously you're also saddled by inflation and increased costs. So how are we then holding these individuals accountable and culpable for their actions or inaction?
I appreciate that question, Senator. So I don't know which governor it was, but there's an executive order in place where all the CFOs report to the Commissioner of the Department of Finance. We've asked last week, the 31st was the deadline for CFOs to submit their financial reports to the Commissioner's office. What we're going to do is have those discussions with those CFOs, get a spending plan, and be making recommendations to the department heads and the governor.
All right, we'll wait to see what happens from there because time is not our best friend right now in this situation. So that brings me to the point, have you been able to forecast or did an assessment of the current trend that we're seeing with the federal government where they're doing clawbacks or cutbacks? Have you been able to forecast what that impact will be to the GVI?
Today, we have not received any clawbacks on the federal side. What we have been having the discussion with each department and agency, including Department of Interior, we have not seen any movement towards the Virgin Islands at this point to have any clawbacks. So we try to get updates on a weekly basis to make sure that here these funds are available and the systems are available for those entities to be drawing. So the major one, of course, was Human Services, Department of Health. We really looked at those. DPNR, et cetera.
Yes.
And we looked at those, and basically, initially, those entities were tied up and it was frozen for a couple of days, and then the systems were actually opened back. So we're not seeing any kind of shutdown at this point, but we actually get updates on a weekly basis.
All right, at this time, the chair will recognize a point of information. Senator Joseph, you recognize your point of information.
Yes, good afternoon again. As far as the obligations from 2024, from 2024 deficit, can you provide a breakdown of the outstanding prior years? Because just like I just heard the commissioner mention 2004, so I guess if you could provide to this body these are the breakdown that arrived to take us from the 152 to the one that doesn't have anything to do with prior years.
That was one of the asks, Senator, of the CFOs moving forward. So you understand how it works. They report to the Department of Finance, but also they sit with myself and the Commissioner of Finance really to go through what their spending are, what is their fixed cost, what is their contractual cost going forward. We are looking at obligations from a different level, and we're going to construct the budget going forward differently, which means when I ceased the process of the PRFs, I made sure the department agencies reconciled their personnel listings, which means to become accurate, because lots of times we're finding that you have people that move from one department to the next, but now they're in two places. Or you find people that are basically on a personnel list that are no longer in the government at all. So we're cleaning those, we went ahead and cleaned those kind of things up. In terms of the vendors, we're making sure each entity that has a contract with any entity, that they have the funding available for it. Otherwise, we don't actually authorize them to actually go into the contract at this point. So we're changing things moving forward so we can make sure we don't get back in this position we actually were at that point.
Well, thank you for your answer, but I still would like you to provide the obligations to the chair and maybe the actual cost of FY24, the deficit. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Clifford Joseph. Senator Maurice James, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Along those lines, when you talk about the fact that you will not go forward with contracts, I would like to know what services would be impacted because at that point, if you're taking a hard stand, then we will suffer somehow, correct?
Correct, but in some cases where there's some entities have leases that they can consolidate, that's the hard stance we have to take. We no longer can have 15 leases in one department and they can actually use 4. So those are the things we're looking at.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just real, point of information, Senator Frederick.
Director Reimer, to add to this discussion, deficit spending, clearly this is not the environment anymore. We don't have the luxury anymore, especially what's going on in Washington. The hard stand that you're suggesting that we take, it's a little tardy right now, unfortunately, because the hammer is coming down on us. We have to make some really difficult decisions moving ahead with the funding that ODR is going to recognize. So what are we doing right now, specifically with our 2 hospitals, to ensure that they don't collapse, especially JFL? If you take that hard position, JFL will fail.
Senator, if we don't make changes with the hospital, it's going to fail anyway. So therefore, there's some things that really need to change with the 2 hospitals to become one hospital system. If we continue how we're operating now, both hospitals are not going to be here. So therefore, we have to look at the hospitals and determine how do we move forward with making structural changes. Structural changes not just to the hospital, to governance as a whole, But we can't sit here and continue in the same vein of saying, well, this one's going to collapse, so you need to pump more money into it. It doesn't work that way. It has to work where if you do not have the money, you have to reduce expenses. That's how a business runs.
Would you consider JFL's unique situation, because that's the most tentative situation we have right now to failure? I know you want to have a hard cutoff.
Senator, to try not to go into detail on the record, there's things that need to change at both hospitals. And there's things that can work, and there's things that need to happen pretty quickly that actually can save these hospitals money to put them in a different cash flow environment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And obviously, you serve on the board as well, Commissioner yourself and Commissioner McCurdy, so you do have a voice to effect some of those changes even prior to the legislature stepping in and making those changes. That's correct?
That's correct.
Very well. Senator Gittins, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, you recognize. Well, I was about to say that Mr. Leardam has to leave. So is there any burning questions for Mr. Leardam before we, at this time? You recognize Senator Maurice James, a burning question to Mr. Leardam before his departure?
I actually brought this up at the governor's meeting about the fact that somehow we seem to be losing money when transactions are done where the buyer receives a credit for the taxes, the real property taxes. For example, 2025, if I close a transaction in February, and I give the buyer a credit based on the purchase price, right? Because it's gone, the assessed value might be $300,000, but the property sold for $1 million, and so the credit is based on the $1 million. There seems to be a loophole there where you are not getting that credit that was passed on to the buyer. And I'm just wondering, is there any way in the system where you can immediately see when the deed is recorded? I'm just wondering if there's any way to close that loophole.
Thank you, Senator. Brent Leardam, tax collector. It sounds to me that the gap that you're referring to might exist with the stamp taxes.
No, the real property taxes, because if I close now, I am basing the credit on 2025, right?
Okay.
And the purchase price, which is now $1 million.
Okay.
But you are issuing the stamp, the real property tax bill for 2025. At some point, you don't know that that transaction happened, it seems to me, the transfer right now in February.
Okay, well.
You understand what I'm talking about, right?
I do.
Yeah.
If an entity owes property taxes, that does not preclude the tax assessor from billing for subsequent years. However, where we catch that is with the tax clearance certificate. So you're not going to get a tax clearance certificate unless all of the taxes are paid, period.
No, but I have gotten a tax clearance. I need to clear this up. I really do. Because it just gets to me when I'm representing a seller. And I've done it in the past where the seller gives the credit, the tax credit. We're closing February. Today is February, whatever date, right?
Yes.
We're closing today. And I have calculated the real property taxes for 2025 based on the purchase price, because now we expect that you will bill that person based on the purchase price as of today, but you don't. You bill them based on the prior year. And so the buyer now gets that credit, and you don't get, the government doesn't get that money.
Well,
if I'm being clear.
Yes.
Yeah.
The tax assessor, and Ms. Moorhen can speak more to that, can only bill based on deeds that have already been recorded to show what the value of that property may be. So if something is done early in the year and time for billing comes around, they are using the amount that's recorded to determine what that tax rate is going forward.
Forward.
So the only catch to that is that once it's recorded, then the tax rate may go up.
Goes up, yeah. After.
Yes.
All right, well, we need to think of a way to capture that, though. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your burning question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Tax assessor later, in respect, along that same line, because you spoke to 331 certificates for the St. Thomas St. John District and 199 for St. Croix. My question is, in terms of the 470 tax clearance certificates, what the value of those tax certificates? And number two, in respect to, you said that indicator of properties sold thus far in 2025. My ask is for my people in the territory when it comes to the land. If you don't have to, please try not to sell your land, lease it. Don't sell your land. Land is precious. And it can assist you in many instances in terms of leveraging your land, etc. So if you don't have to sell your land, don't sell your land, lease it. But in respect to the value of the 470 tax clearance certificates, can you give me a number?
Good afternoon, Senator. Brent Laird, I'm tax collector. Go ahead. Okay.
My bad.
All right, so at this point, we don't have the value of those properties. We can provide that for you, but that would be, yes, that would be based on what's already recorded.
Understood.
Not the new value.
Understood. There's a loophole, and we need to find a way to close that loophole.
Understood.
Moving forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. And next, we'll try this again. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, before I start, can I just ask, I'm sorry I was late as I'm last to ask, but was these testifiers sworn in? I just want to know.
They were not. They were not.
They weren't. Okay, thank you. So in the discussions, good afternoon to all. In the discussions, I haven't heard much on austerity measures. So in light of the current economic conditions, are there any austerity measures in place currently being implemented for controlling spending?
Good afternoon, Senator Kevin McCurdy, Department of Finance Commissioner. Yes, so what we're doing is...
So before you go there, just tell me specifically what areas are being targeted.
So there aren't specific areas yet. What we're focusing on is mandatory costs. Your professional services that might be related to off-island vendors for some departments, your rent, your telephone service, stuff like that. We're prioritizing those things at the top of the comes to the top of the list. Everything else is dependent on the availability of cash. That's why we're having those pointed discussions with the CFOs to let them know this is the direction that we're going in. If that means then what I can matriculate to is reduction in travel, reduction in other expenditures that aren't necessarily
all right, that's why I wanted you to tell me targeted. So one of my painstaking ones, government vehicles being used after hours, weekends, holidays. I mean, what's going on? Everybody in government across the board have a vehicle now and using it like a personal vehicle. What's going on?
So I know for a fact that that's a discussion that's being had with the governor and property and procurement, where there are some restrictions on when vehicle can be used and who can use them, but property and procurement might be better suited to.
So you guys need to concentrate on that area too, okay? Because oftentimes I'm seeing too, if some of them have one to go home with, of course, they properly secure their personal vehicles, but the government vehicle parked in the street, the wear and tear, everything, when they get into accidents, they're negligent, then the taxpayers who paying. If they're negligent, they should be the ones responsible. Now, is there a plan for evaluating the effectiveness of these austerity measures that you all are putting in place?
Yeah, we're not implementing them just to implement them. We're running them through the gamut.
Thank you. My good friend, Director, how are you doing today? Personnel.
I'm doing well, thank you.
On or about February 3rd, the President, Milton Potter, on behalf of the 36th legislature, sent a letter to the governor regarding, based on the legislature's legal analysis and pursuant to Title III of the Virgin Islands Code regarding the implementation of raises for that of the governor, lieutenant governor, and some cabinet-level employees. To your knowledge, was any NOPAs prepared based on the Commission's recommendations?
No, Senator.
None have been?
None.
Okay. And I'm hoping not, because again, we already stated that if it is, they need to be rescinded immediately. Based on radio talk show the other day, it was stated that these raises were implemented. So I'm gonna just ask one more time, just to be clear, that no NOPA has been prepared based on the Compensation Commission's recommendation.
So NOPA actions originates within the respective agencies, but as of today's date, none has reached the divisions of personnel for approval.
Okay. So from the agency, what would be the first stop from the respective agency?
They would have to enter the NOPA action within the ERP, but in order for it to move ahead, it would have to have the supporting PRF and available funding approved by OMB.
Okay, thank you. The Commissioner of Finance, the Single Payer Utility Fund. I've been bantering with this for quite some time, especially during the budget season. The law is clear in Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Section 3100. Y as in Yankee. There is established in the Treasury of the Virgin Islands a separate and distinct fund known as the Single Payer Utility Fund for the purposes of paying the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority the electric and water utility bills of departments, agencies, and instrumentalities of the government of the Virgin Islands that are supported by the general fund. Can you provide, through the chair to this committee, a list of all, I expect that all departments are a part of this, but can you also provide a listing of all agencies and instrumentalities that are supported by the general fund to this committee?
1 minute.
Can you provide us with a listing of those agencies, please?
Of course we can.
And in addition to that, would the respective departments, agencies, and instrumentalities still receive a bill from the utility? Or does that bill go to the Department of Finance?
I'll let Ms. Serrano elaborate on that.
Hi, good day, Ebony Serrano. So the departments, the semi-autonomous agencies still receive their bill, but we also receive the billing from WAPA as well.
30
We mainly
seconds.
focus on Snyder, JFL, and waste management because those are funded through the general fund.
Thank you. I'll await that listing. And in closing, DPW, I want to thank you all for your assistance and whatnot, of course, in assisting the Department of Agriculture in their endeavors for the Agriculture Fair. However, I must note my true disappointment with the Waste Management Authority
Time.
And assisting, if I may conclude here, Mr. Chair, in assisting the Department of Public Works and the Virgin Islands Port Authority in cleaning our airport road. It is atrocious when I see the amount of litter that's on that road. When people come in on the airport, you're seeing stove, you're seeing deep freezer, you're seeing engine mount, you're seeing mattress. And I wrote to the Virgin Islands Port Authority last week because it's their property. However, I am really pointing a finger at the Waste Management Authority because the landfill is just east of the airport. And what that is telling me is that people are taking these items to the landfill and being torn back, and then they're littering it right on the road there. So with all the technology, I expect to see wireless cameras up, and we're giving some whopping tickets to individuals who are littering our beautiful island the way that they are. I am truly disappointed that this is what I had to see prior to the Ag Fair, and even this morning before coming here. I traveled that road just to see if they had addressed it, and it's not. So between Waste Management, Department of Public Works, and the Port Authority, I'm asking one more time that we clean up that area and monitor that area so that we don't see this again in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. I think in addition to that, we can't escape the fact that our people are nasty. Plainly indicated. You know, they continue to do this. I had, at the behest of myself and others, we got both Waste Management and Public Works to go into the old Elena Christian Junior High School. During the Education Committee meeting, we showed a photograph of them. They took bins and bins of garbage out of there. And by God, a day or two later, individuals start pumping more garbage and more white waste right into that same community. Luckily, they were able to issue 2 citations for $1,000 to individuals that they caught dumping there. So at some point, maybe we might need to consider whether or not we want to increase that fee from $1,000 to something more. But we can't escape the fact that our individuals, and well, yes, we have a responsibility to make sure that we have these centers be made available and accessible. You know, we still can't excuse the fact that individuals are drinking their beer and sodas and just throwing them out the window, or they're deliberately dumping these things on our roadway. It's unacceptable and not part of our national pride. Point of inquiry, Senator Lewis.
Mr. Reimer, I know you stated a while ago, either your Commissioner McCurdy, as it pertains to what we talked about in DC with all these threats on the horizon. You said as of date, we have not received anything officially that indicate that anything should be alarming. But have you or even the financial team reached out to our federal, not our local federal agencies that deals with our federal dollars to put things in place? Maybe let's start amping up. Huh? Oh, let's start amping up. Let's start, you know, see what we could do in a huddle. You know, anything in place as to date. I know education have tremendous amount of federal dollars.
Well, Senator, so you're aware, we actually reached out to every agency. Myself and Mr. McCurdy actually scheduled call with every agency and went one by one by one, addressing the issue of them needing to spend their funds expeditiously. You know, so we're pushing all agencies at this point. Any funds that were available for prior years, you need to start spending now. Because the unknown is just the unknown, but that's why we get updates every week. But for right now, we call every agency together to say, here it is, tell us what you need to do to move these funds so we can actually spend the dollars that we have.
And if it need be that we need to get involvement in the 36th legislature, let us know. Because we can't continue business like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Lewis, point of inquiry, Senator, point of information. Senator Viola, you recognize?
Thank you so much. I heard the response, and you've been probing and asking them to do X, Y, and Z. But what was the response? They said they're going to get it done, or what was the response?
Well, what's happening is we're tracking it on a weekly basis to say, well, hold on, I'm telling you what I'm going to say. Track it on a weekly basis to understand some of these grants. Like, for example, there's grants from 2020 that expire in 2025, the end of the year. We're asking, do you need to reprogram these funds? Do we need to ask for, do we need to go to the entities for these grants to say, do we need to change the scope because you don't need it anymore because it's covered by FEMA? These are the things we're doing. We're moving stuff around to make sure they can spend these funds. So we work with department and agencies constantly so we can get these monies spent. So we're pushing them at this point to say, listen, we need to spend these funds, let's spend them. So that's what the constant communication
I agree with that part. I love that part. But again, I'm asking, what was the response? Why were they not spending those funds? We just went to education, had $62 million that they had to ask for extension. Why are they not spending those funds? And what authorization did you guys have to be able to probe as to why they're spending it? When is a mandate going to come down that this and that must be complied with? When is a mandate coming and said, are we asking why you can't spend 20 million? We asking why you can't spend, and the monies are staying there. When is that mandate coming down that if you don't spend these monies by X amount of date, then we're going to have to put somebody in place that's able to spend those monies?
Well, that mandate has come with the infliction of actually having the CFO report to the Commissioner of Finance. The CFOs will be held accountable. If you're not performing, I guess they won't be there anymore.
So the CFOs are reporting to you?
That's correct.
That's an executive order?
That's an executive order.
Can you provide us with a copy of that executive order?
That executive order was from actually Governor Mapp.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we saying that was that. So let's throw that out the window.
But we're
because
using
it's been there forever, but it wasn't working. So I'm just trying.
It wasn't implemented.
One at a time, please.
It wasn't implemented, Senator.
Okay, I am in agreement with spending of all the federal funds, but at some point I want to know if those individuals who have jurisdiction and authority over those funds, if they don't understand the impact to the government of the Virgin Islands of not spending those funds, do they not realize that we collect tax on everything that is spent? So if they're not spending it, then they're making Joe Ali's job harder. And they're not coming before us, he's coming before us. But Mr. Lee, Act number, I think is 8258, that this body should not have passed. I don't think I voted for it. But I just sent in legislation to repeal it because the legislature tied your hands.
Yeah, and I wanted to say, add to the fact that some of these contractors now aren't even filing because they don't even have to. The presumption is they're filing and not paying, but there's another level of inefficiency that's happening now. How do I even deal with somebody who doesn't file, who's not required to file anymore?
Okay. So we should get that done. I think my colleagues agree that we need to get it done as quick as possible, and we're going to try and move it, hopefully at the next session, so we could allow you to collect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator VLA. Point of information, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess to the Division of Personnel Director, does every department and agency have a CFO?
If they do not have a CFO, they usually would have some sort of financial director, or it's a combined position with their financial, the HR and financial persons. It depends on the title, but they do have a financial lead within each division, each agency.
And so I ask this because we continue to talk about the CFOs reporting to the Department of Finance under this previous executive order. But with all the problems that we're having, what about those agencies that does not have a CFO, but have maybe a fiscal director? Are they too mandated to report to you similarly as the CFOs would?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, it's happening. Absolutely, they're supposed to. What's happening?
It's happening. So we sent out a letter to all departments. So whether you have a CFO in name or a CFO in action, you are reporting now to the Department of Finance, and you need to submit your reports.
Thank you. And these reports are coming in timely?
Well, the first report was due at the end of January. We gotten some timely, some we did not get timely.
Let me just say this. I too am uneasy about the ratio that I'm seeing with classified employees versus unclassified employees. And I'm saying to you, if you have people in these unclassified positions that's not functioning, people need to get sent home. All right? It's about time. I continue to say we need to run the government affairs like we're running a private business. The only difference will be that the government does not run its affairs for a profit. But at some point, we need to put our feet down, accountability across the board. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senator Johnson, your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The personnel, you say you had 1,341 unclassified position. Based on district, how many on each island?
On the island of St. Thomas, we have 737 employees. On the island of St. Croix, 604.
Thank you very much. And just a close-out question I'd like to ask. The Budget Stabilization Fund, WAPA received some $17.4 million out of that. We're now down to $2.4 million. What plan do we have to bring this back up to the minimum $5 million that it should be? How we plan to restore that, the Budget Stabilization
So we're
Fund?
mandated to deposit, I think, $5 million each year, and we are on track to deposit. Or I don't believe we'd had the cash to do it in FY24, but I know last week during my discussion with the team, we were supposed to be moving $5 million back to the budget stabilization either next week or the week after.
And is there any upcoming obligation that's going to require us to mess with that money at this point in time, because it's only down to 2.4?
Not to my knowledge, no.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. That's our responsibility then to make sure that we're putting that money in there. That falls under us. We're about to go to a quick break. I guess at this time, every 2 hours, we do a break. We do have Senator Alma Francis Heiliger and Senator Bulkers. I see her join us. Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you for joining us. That's Senator Angel Bulkers Jr. And that's round out 15 here today for this committee hearing. So I understand the importance of this. We'll take a quick 2 minutes recess, and then we'll resume with Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. And we're out of recess again. Today we're having the Committee of Budget, Appropriation and Finance, and we have the Governor's financial team before us, as well as the Department of Public Works. And before we went on recess, there's a few remaining senators. We have had 15 of 15 senators here today. So at this time, we'd like to recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger for her 7 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers. My question is for IRB Director. This is a question that I just need some clarity on. Does IRB have authorization, or I don't know how it works. I just need you to explain it to me. If somebody has paid taxes and they're owed a tax return of say $50,000, can IRB make the decision to say, well, okay, we're going to give you back $10,000 and credit you $40,000? Is there a leeway for doing something like that? Because I'm trying to understand that, because I've had a concern where this was discussed with me, and since you're here, I just need some clarity on it.
Good day, Senator. Jolie, IRB. Can you say quickly that scenario again with the numbers side you were mentioning?
Someone paid taxes.
Okay.
They're owed a tax return of $50,000. IRB has informed them that they're going to return them $10,000 and they're going to credit them $40,000. Do you guys, how does that work? Or is that something you can do?
No, we can't. I mean, you're effectively saying we're what, splitting up?
Okay.
Yeah, we're not able to.
That is what I told the two individuals that shared that with me. And I thought it was kind of strange when one person said it to me, but when a second person said it to me and they didn't even know each other, I was a little bit confused, because these are two different taxpayers that was told they are only going to get part of their refund, and even they didn't understand what was happening. So yeah. I'll discuss that with you outside, but I just needed to get some information on that.
Can I interject? The only scenario that may happen is if they owe. So maybe it got reduced by a bill from the past, so they get less of a refund?
No.
Okay.
They don't owe.
Okay.
Ms. Reimer, OMB Director, how are you?
Good morning. I'm good. Afternoon, sorry.
Afternoon. My question to you has to do with when you were speaking about grants and stuff with some of these monies. I have some organizations that I spoke to that said that they were granted funds and were told that they had to spend it by time certain, like some of the ARPA funds and whatever. They were told that, listen, you have until 2025 of June to spend off these funds. But apparently they were then contacted as they've been spending the monies and already gone into contracts and about to expend. They were told that OMB is reappropriating the monies because they didn't spend it. And now some of these organizations are in a quagmire because they've already gone into contracts to spend some of these monies. Now, this is one-sided conversation, so you're here. So could you please explain to me, has this actually been happening when people have been given grants and a deadline to spend it, but then you guys are pulling back the money stating that they're not spending it by time certain?
So, Senator, when it comes to the ARPA funds, all funds have to be obligated by December 31st, 2024. Which means we reached out to every entity that received grants and said, can you please provide contracts, et cetera, that would provide us the obligation to be able to spend those funds. If they could not provide those funds, we had to re-obligate those funds, because otherwise you would lose the opportunity to be able to spend the ARPA funding. So by December 31st, 2024, the spending goes out to 2026, but you had to obligate, which means you have to show proof of the obligation, which means you had a contract in place, you had, here's the documentation, you're going to spend the funds XYZ going forward. If you didn't have that, we couldn't provide obligations.
So I just want to hear from you. You're saying that there's no individuals that were given grants, that monies were reappropriated. The only time that was done is because they were not able to provide you with information and contracts to say that they had already or they were going to expend the funds. That's
Correct.
what you're saying.
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all I need to know. My next question, this has been something I need to find out because I'm going to be honest, I don't trust this administration. I'm not even going to go around the bush anymore because I'm having too many conversations on this Senate floor that gives me great concern. And one of the things I wanted to know, did we ever spend any monies and send to any other entities that were affected during the hurricanes without legislative approval? Did we ever do that? Because that's something I never got a direct answer for, and this is from Mr. McCurdy. Did we ever expend any funds of taxpayers' dollars and send outside of the territory to other countries that might have had issues during hurricanes, et cetera?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Not to your knowledge?
No, I wasn't here for a period of time. I was not working with the government, so I don't know.
No, this is when, not from 2017. I'm talking about when you were the commissioner.
Since I've been commissioner, no.
No money's left the territory. That's all I need to know. Thank you. The next question I want to ask you, do you have a law degree, Mr. McCurdy?
I do not.
Okay. Have you been elected as a senator?
No.
Okay. So I want to get back to this Epstein thing. So you're telling me that as the Commissioner of Finance, you on your own picked up the settlement agreement document, read it, and decided on your own, or if you got directive within the administration, to spend $33 million of it. Is that what you're putting on the record, that you did this on your own?
No, I'm not putting that on the record.
Well, could you explain to me under what authority, outside of you stating that you read the settlement agreement, that gave you the authority to spend $33 million?
Senator, what I can do, because that was in 2023, what I can do is review whatever I had at the time to make that decision. I cannot tell you right now what happened.
Let me say something to you. You didn't have a law in hand.
30 seconds.
That gave you that authority. So you said to us earlier that you read the settlement agreement, and in that agreement, it said you were to spend monies for operating expenses. So I am asking you, when you read those documentations that were not law, that is what you're saying authorized you to spend those funds?
I did not say that the settlement agreement said that there was money there for operations. I said that the $33 million was spent on operations. That is what I said.
It was deposited into the general fund. So could I
All
ask,
monies are deposited into the general fund, Senator.
Exactly. So every time monies are deposited into the general fund, do you on your own just up and spend $33 million without legislative approval?
There is a mechanism that allows me to spend money. That is authorization either from this body or from this body, and then by the director of OMB.
Okay, so you're saying that, well, we know the body didn't authorize you to do it. So are you saying that the director of OMB told you to spend this $33 million?
Senator, what I'm saying is $33 million was spent for operations of the general fund.
We already know that, sir.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying anything else.
Oh, so you don't want to put on the record where you got your directive to spend money you didn't have authority to spend. But let me ask one more question, Mr. Chair. Could I wrap up, please?
You may wrap up, Senator.
This is this is a copy of the breakdown of the Epstein funds which we received. Were you aware, Mr. McCurdy, according to the law, which was passed on the 27th of September, and then overridden the line item videos the governor did on, I think it was the 16th of October. It says no later than 30 days after the enactment of this act, the Commissioner of Finance shall submit to the legislature of the Virgin Islands a report detailing the use of all available and appropriated funds to date. Therefore, the Commissioner of Finance shall submit annual reports to the legislature on the expenditures of funds appropriated from the Southern Trust Company Settlement Fund. Have you submitted that report to us as yet?
Senator, I can check and verify. I'm not sure. I don't want to say I did and then I didn't. I can't recall.
No, because I've never seen it.
Okay, I can check on that for you.
I've never seen it. No later than 30 days after the enactment of this act, the Commissioner of Finance shall submit to the legislature detailing the use of all available funds. Commissioner shall submit annual reports, and this one has to do with the appropriation of the Survivors and Mental Health Trust Fund. Did you send us that report?
Again, I can look into that.
I never got one.
Okay, I'll look into it to make sure.
This document, because what I find ironic here today, that the legislature passed a law outlining every dime of these funds. The legislature passed a law that gave you a directive to report to us. You're sitting here saying that you don't know how, you don't send something, you don't know, you have to go check. But then in the same hand, you on your own up and spend $33 million of this money for vendors that we don't know nothing about. And I want to just say this. I distinctly remember the other day, me and one of my colleagues, we had a long debate over the $100 million line of credit for matching funds. And do you know how that was resolved? Because I put in to stop it because the governor wanted to utilize half of the $100 million for operating expenses. And I did not think that was in our best interest without knowing how to put the monies back. After debating back and forth with my colleague, the solution we came up with was to add another $50 million to the line of credit, and some of that
Senator,
money
you
was
need
to be.
wrap up if you have a next question.
Let me just finish up 1 second. To pay for vendors. My last question to you is, out of that $50 million,
Senator, you need to wrap up or ask a question.
Well, I am. Out of the $50 million that the legislature appropriated, what percentage of that has been used to pay vendors thus far? Thank you.
$40 million. Well, sorry, $40 million has been used, 11 has been repaid.
For vendors?
That's correct.
Okay. It wasn't only for vendors, it was operating expenses, all sorts of stuff. So out of the 50, 40 went to vendors. That's all I need to clarify. Because it was to be used for things.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator. Before we go on to Senator Angel Bolquez, I wanted to ask you real quick, Commissioner McCurdy, I know that you indicated that we have been doing the federal drawdowns. What is the current delta? What is the current balance on the federal drawdowns?
For AP right now, it's $8.6 million.
8.6?
Yeah, 8.6.
Okay. And you indicated that you have received a significant amount. I think it was like 200 and something in your testimony.
Yeah, we've paid 236, I think it is.
You have received, huh?
In payments to federal payments, it's about, let me get the exact amount for you, $236.4 million.
Okay.
We've paid in invoices for, related to federal payments.
And there's an amount of, what's the balance currently?
8.6 in outstanding AP. Now, and thank you, Ms. Serrano, for helping me with that. The AP that stands at 66.1 million, those are going through the system. That doesn't mean that $66.1 million is ready for payment if we had the money. It does not mean that. I know that, I'm not sure to put you on the spot, Ms. Serrano, but you could maybe provide those that are ready for payment, or we can provide it to the body after if you so please. Those that are ready for payment and those that are either at our level or at the department's level going through the payment process.
Serrano, you have that information available?
Yes, I do. As of February 7th, we have $29 million that's ready to go.
Okay, thank you. And Director Richardson, in regards to the group health insurance, I know that you indicated that the employee share was $5 additional for single, $9.31 for family. How much of increase did the government incur?
I only have that on a percentage base. It was only a 4% increase.
The 4% is on the employer's employee.
It was an equal split for 4 and 4 on each side.
Yeah. So you don't have the amount that we actually incur as a government. He said it's currently at 73% versus 27%.
I can get that for you.
All right, thank you. And Director Williams-Acton, in regards to the super PMO concept, are you comfortable that at this point you have worked out all of the kinks and they're really in motions to do what the super PMO concept requires them to do?
Yes, Senator, we have a number of consultants that are augmenting the current staff. We're still building out our staffing positions, but process-wise, and we're moving forward with the first contract. We're also supporting the other contracts that have been executed by Property and Procurement, but we're providing the support to them, so yes.
All right, the chair will recognize Senator Angel Volquez. Jr., you're recognized for your 7 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. And good afternoon to the Governor's financial team here with us today. I wanted to start off my line of questioning to Director Reimer. And it might be a question also for the Commissioner of Finance. $40 million was drawn down from the $50 million line of credit, with $11 million repaid, $29 million still outstanding. And given the government's current cash position of $38.9 million, what revenue streams are you relying on to meet the May 2025 repayment deadline?
So we anticipate, good afternoon, Commissioner McCurdy, Department of Finance. We anticipate to get an influx of monies from individual income taxes. We normally see a big spike in increase in revenue collection starting in April.
So you're foreseeing that you'll be able to cover that with income tax?
That is correct.
Okay, let's move on to Ms. Moorhead then, since we're talking about getting those funds from income tax. The testimony also reveals that delinquent property tax balances are $125.2 million and an unfunded mandate to implement a collection action plan.
Yes, Senator, she left to take Mr. Latham back.
So she left, okay.
Yes, yeah. Sorry about that.
We will have a question for her. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move on. Commissioner McCurdy, the Tourism Revolving Fund, it shows a $6 million deficit between collections and expenditures for fiscal year 2025. And with the hotel occupancy taxes making up about 90% or more of the fund's revenue, what is your strategy to increase those collections and balance this fund, ensuring that the tourism-related projects are not compromised?
Those will increase. I have no doubt that as we progress tourism, the Tourism Revolving Fund will collect money enough to cover their expenditures. It's just, because our collections are seasonal, it's just going to be off.
Yeah.
Like right now, you'll see.
I don't want to burn too much time. I can accept that answer. I don't want to burn too much time.
Okay.
You also indicated $97.8 million in the Epstein fund being held in an interest-bearing account. Can you provide details on how that interest earned is being allocated and what specific criteria will you determine for its disbursement?
So most of the interest that is generated from that fund either goes back into the fund, or pays any related expenses for having the investment.
So when is sorry to cut you off, I just don't want to burn all my time. So when is the next tranche or of interest being sent forward to the general fund? A question that was asked before. I apologize if it was.
No, you're fine. Ms. Carty, do we have that information?
Can you please clarify your question?
Concerning the interest earned, when will be the next tranche of interest? When will we see the interest that is earned off of that account, and when will it be deposited? And what is the interest rate?
So I do believe that's a different question from what Senator Joseph inquired earlier.
Could you please?
With regards to Senator Joseph's question earlier, the interest rate is 4.5%. And if you add the 200 basis points, that gives you an additional 2%, bringing it to 6.5%.
And when are we going to see that deposited or forwarded?
So I do believe your question is different. Are you referring to the interest off of the total Epstein funds?
Yes.
I will have to get back to you on that.
Okay, well, through the chair, if you could provide that information to the chairman, we would appreciate it. Commissioner McCurdy, with the $485.3 million in vendor payments, you made about $66.1 million, which is outstanding, I believe. No, I think I asked that question. I apologize. Let's move on to Director Lee. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Director Lee, you have plans to upgrade the Bureau of Internal Revenue's tax database. What is the estimated cost of this upgrade, and how much of the revenue collection are you already seeing from what you've already been able to do with the tax return system? Are you seeing a spike in increases?
No, unfortunately, Senator, most people are going on to register. You know, traditionally, most people file in April by April 15th. So a lot of people are registering. We have upwards of 100 people now that have gotten their PIN and are able to, when the time comes, have their returns uploaded. So we don't see any significant jump right now with that. As far as the cost for the tax database, we frankly don't know. We are in the process of upgrading our hardware. So when that's installed, then we will be able to see our capacity plus this nuance of having the online filing. We'll be able to have a better picture of the scope of what's needed, probably closer to the end of the year, and then I'll be able to see what the true cost is for upgrading all of those elements.
1 minute.
Please communicate with us on that, because that is a big win for your department, and I think it's going to be beneficial in the long run. Moving on to Director Richardson, in the testimony, there was notes for 79 separations which have occurred in fiscal year 2025, and we're in the middle of February, including 43 resignations and 36 retirements. What is the primary reasons behind those resignations, and how are we addressing employee retention, particularly in those critical departments facing staffing shortages?
30 seconds.
Good day, Senator. Great question. The resignations vary across the board. It could be anything from other opportunities to just wanting to leave that respective agency. Again, we do provide exit interviews that the HRs are doing on their end. But again, once I review some of those resignations, it varies across the board.
Okay, very well. And we know how important employee retention is, and how the GERS provides for the GDP about 25%.
Additionally, Senator, this is the time of year too, towards the end of the year, where we would see that number increase, where people are retiring as well. Although they may retire in the month of December, sometimes the agency would take some time to process that. So that's when we're actually realizing those numbers.
Okay, very well. But I would also say with the GDP, GERS 25%. And not only that, but we're struggling just to have a good ratio between retirees and active employees. And we really need to try to ramp up our efforts, not only in employee retention, but also attracting employees to the government of the Virgin Islands. And I look forward to seeing some of the work that you'll be doing in personnel, along with the GERS system, to try to do that. So, Mr. Chair, I think my time was called. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Bulkes Jr. And before we go on, Commissioner, you revealed that the FY24 deficit was 152 million. Is that including prior year expenses, or is it just for FY 2024? Can you clarify that?
So I believe that's a cumulative number, but I want to be able to consult with the team before putting that on record. So I will have a discussion with them once I get back, so we can put some more clarity to that number.
Okay.
But I believe it's a cumulative number.
A cumulative number. All right. Okay. Number. All right, so that completes the round, first round, and we'll go to a second round of 3 minutes. And if you need it, use it. If not, lose it. This time we'll recognize Senator Blyden for his 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again to the testifiers. My question is Director Lee. I come to you. Let me ask you in respect to the testimony. It was stated that there is a reduction in income tax filings which have been directly traced to a reduction of activity within these two industries, the business services and tech services. So my question to you is, are there other areas we have seen increases or decreases when it comes to tax filing? That's my first question.
Yes, Senator. So I have on our website, but I also have here a comparison of industries starting with 2019, and you can see the trend. Now, I want to emphasize that it's the trend of sales for those industries, not tax collected. So you can kind of see, everyone has access to kind of see what industries have been active and what the change is from year to year. So that's available.
Okay, very well. And with that being said, and that I spoke to earlier in terms of the team as a whole, having meetings, etc., do you guys share information in terms of, for instance, when it comes to the Department of Labor, giving them information in terms of what sectors or areas we need more assistance in, or can use grant funding or other funding to actually do training and other initiatives to help to grow those industries? Do you guys do those type of dialogue when it comes to administration?
But what I provide is data.
Correct.
So that's my my contribution to the cause. So now the respective agencies have the data now to kind of formulate the decisions to help grow the government and the territory as we move forward.
Very well. Again, I want to thank you guys for coming through today. I want to thank the finance chair for having this hearing, and I look forward to further discussion and more collaboration and communication when it comes to my commissioners, the commissioners of the Territory of the Virgin Islands. I want to hear and see more interaction with all of you guys in all areas and all spaces, because right now we really, really have to tighten our belts and get on the grind and roll up our sleeves and get to work and hold individuals accountable, because that's also very clear today that everyone is not being held accountable. Our constituents hold the senators accountable for everything and some. So moving forward, it's going to be, honestly, a little more difficult in terms of accountability, and everyone being held accountable as a whole. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank you for your responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Commissioner McCurdy, are we certain that we're making all possible opportunities available for individuals to be able to pay the government of the Virgin Islands in their taxes and fees? Online payment, check service, credit card. We're reviewing the time open and close time of the different, especially our big agencies, the wheel and the bus, that's able to collect our monies. We making sure that we have all of those avenues available for individuals to pay.
Well, as we now know, filing taxes as the largest revenue generator in the territory, the last piece of that puzzle is now we're online. So folks do not have to wait between 8 to 5 to come in. They can do it 24 hours from a phone to submit. So the whole goal is to make submitting taxes, as painful as it is, easier. So we think that percentage margin of feeling better, being more convenient, will impact our collection efforts.
Okay, and we're ensuring as well that deposits are made in a timely fashion by these agencies, just to make sure that there's no barriers that prevent monies from going into our coffers.
Yes, we are. We're in constant communication with the revenue collectors to make sure that they're doing everything that they can to get us the money in time to pay the bills that are outstanding.
All right. Thank you. At this time, we'll recognize Senator Clifford Joseph. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon again, everyone. To the governor's financial team. Question for Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah. To Mr. Oh, my name tags. Sorry. Mr. Julie. Question. As far as finance, I know you guys used to have finance officers. No longer?
Sure what you mean, Senator.
You used to have actually guys dressed out as finance officers working at the Department of Finance, like revenue officers.
I mean, we have revenue officers, yes.
That's no finance.
So we had revenues. That was before I don't know.
That's before your time.
Yeah. I don't know, but I think Lieutenant Governor's office had one. Had not one, but had that mechanism. I don't know if IRB had that, where you had revenue officers going out to.
But we have revenue officers.
Okay.
A part of our.
The way uniform? I don't recall going there as anybody in uniform. The way uniform or the way you're playing clothes?
No, yeah, I mean, yeah, well, there's no uniform requirement.
Okay, just asking. I have no more questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you very much, Senator
Welcome.
Joseph. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. Okay, I wanted to talk about a scenario here, right? And it's regarding the Cigna insurance. I know that because I know the last numbers I got, there was $10.2 million spent on island, just the Cigna, and 12.6 was spent off island. So I want to ask the question. I believe Director Richardson is still there, right? Because we're seeing the backs. It looked like her, but I'm not sure. Is that Director Richardson there?
Yes,
Yeah.
Senator, I'm here. Yes, Senator, I'm here.
Okay, so a question. So do you think it's possible regarding prioritizing VI residents utilizing the hospital, if we can designate the hospitals as the provider of choice for all services that can be performed locally under the VI government health insurance plan? You think that's possible?
Senator, I personally don't think that is possible due to certain specialties that are lacking here that they would travel abroad for. And again, that is something that would have to go before the GSC board as well.
No, but I said for all services that are performed locally. So if they perform locally, that would exempt that statement of yours. Is it possible for those services that's performed locally that we can designate the hospital of choice? You don't know.
Senator, I don't see that happening, but again, that is something that would go before the board.
Okay, so it is possible. You don't see it happening, but it's possible.
It is something that would have to go before the board for consideration. I don't see it being possible just based on the needs that we've seen that comes out of the CAP report from the different providers.
Okay, but the board would have that authority to make that decision. Yes?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay, good. Also, can we implement a waiver of co-insurance for diagnostic testing and elective outpatient procedures for our hospitals? Is that possible?
1 minute.
I'm sorry, you didn't come through clearly. Can you repeat the question?
To implement a waiver of co-insurance for diagnostic testing and elective outpatient procedures performed at our hospital. Can we waive the co-insurance in the contract?
Senator, I would want to say no, but again, that is something that the board would have to consider. They are the ones that do the negotiation of that contract.
Okay, good. So, and also can we negotiate the board to reduce the out-of-pocket costs for government insurance, employees and retirees for surgical procedures that are performed locally? Can we waive that out-of-pocket? Because some procedures you have to pay up to $5,000. I'm talking about our covered insurance. So that's the board would have to do that, right?
Correct.
Time.
Okay, and last, can we establish zero co-payments for government health insurance plan members receiving care at the VI hospitals?
Senator, as far as I know, no. Again, that would have to be discussed at the board level. They are the ones that negotiate the contract.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Avery Lewis. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Williams-Actolin, during the State of the Territory, the governor talked about these super PMO, and I think he was along the line about an apprenticeship program for students. Do you have an update on that, where we at with that?
The Senator, that is still in process. The intention is for us to be able to create training programs utilizing a lot of the contractors that are going to be established here. That's still being worked out along with Government House.
So, Chairman Francis asked you a question earlier. You said that the super PM is full steam ahead. Had a few impediments, and you think you've worked them out. So the one ask I have is that let's make sure that our local vendors, our local contractors, our locals got a major piece of the pie here. All the dollars on those leave, that we try to secure them as best as possible. That's my one ask.
Absolutely. That is not only your ask. This is the intent for the program, to ensure that any off-island contractors come here, that they utilize the existing workforce before going elsewhere for services that are here in the territory.
Good. Mr. Lee, Director Lee, where are we at with the income tax refunds? What year are we up to?
2022, Senator.
Okay, good. Which part of this year you plan to give out some other tax checks?
I'm glad I'm here with my fellow colleague, Mr. McCurdy.
Ask them real quick when they're going to give it out.
Oh, I'm going to have to say it all depends on cash availability. So we don't know when that is, what other expenses come up as you
So
hear.
let me get the answer, Mr. Raima, when we giving out tax checks?
That's a Commissioner McCurdy question, sir.
Once Director Lee has a wonderful collection year.
I play with me this afternoon, man.
No, not at all. Wouldn't dare. But it depends on the availability of cash. We would want to make sure that everybody gets paid, but we can only pay what we have.
Director Rich? Spring it. Sorry. That's bring it. I am glad to hear that you're current with 12 CBAs at this time. That would equate to how many people would be impacted through your negotiations up to date?
You're referring to the ones that are completed?
Yes.
About 1,500 employees.
Good. And you're negotiating still, you're in the final stages with 2 according to your testimony?
30 seconds.
Correct.
All right, where are we at with the state, with the employees of waste management, not the supervisors?
The employees of waste management are non-supervisory. The members ratified recently, so we're doing the final editing and signatures for that bargaining unit.
Great, thank you. Director Richardson,
for the benefit of the public, ratify means that the members voted on the proposals and agreed.
Okay, so that came back to management as yet?
We were not, yes, the union notified us of that ratification.
Okay, so soon we should close out on that.
Yes.
All right, Director Richardson, real quick. Earlier you testified that there's a total of 250-something employees that could depart this year through retirement. That's correct?
349 with 30+ years.
What are we doing really to aggressively increase the workforce? I know a lot of times I see you send out the hot jobs, your team is out there aggressively. Besides that, what are we doing? We would show the high schools and so forth, and none of the students, you know, talked about wanting to stay here and jobs, and, you know, my thing was college or trade school and so forth. But I mean, are we sort of entertaining them to be the next set of frontline workers or anything? Are you Division of Personnel visiting the high schools, just like the Army and Navy? I mean, you know.
So thank you for that, Senator. You know, there's a lot of things that we're doing. As you mentioned, from our social media side, we try to do it where we're focusing on the different demand sectors. We've also tried to promote our jobs that do not require a degree, those that are high paying. We've tried to, you know, divide it up to make it a little bit more attractive to the individuals from a social media aspect. But we're also going into the university. We're talking to those individuals and showing them the different career paths that way. We are going into the high schools and having discussions and workshops with those individuals, as you know, including the career and technical education side of the house as well. We're participating and partnering with anyone that's having a job fairs, and we're making sure that we have a presence throughout. We're looking at all of our job descriptions throughout government. We're making some enhancements there and improvements to updating some of very outdated job descriptions as well. So there's a lot of things that we're doing. We're targeting through not only the local universities, but other universities as well, and doing some virtual career fairs from that aspect. And as I mentioned earlier, we do have a recruitment initiative that's coming down the pipeline that you'll be hearing about shortly.
Thank you, and I'd like to say thank you to all the testifiers. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you to the people of the Virgin Islands, and everyone get home safely.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. And real quickly, before we go on to the next senator, which will be Senator Johnson, this body is working on the next round of attempt to ensure that our government employees receive their retroactive payment. Again, Division of Personnel, as well as the Department of Finance. You know, once that is done, it is my understanding that certainly everything is aligned, you know, based on preparation to ensure that, in fact, individuals will be able to receive their retroactive payment once we move the legislation, which we're hoping to move during our next legislative session. So my question is that I'm asking a question whether or not, you know, everything is aligned, you know, you are already prepared, as well as Division of Personnel, based on their current listing, you're prepared to execute, you know, those payments.
We're in a good position to do that. The only thing that Director Richardson and I wanted to make sure is that there are no instances of overpayment. So we are combing through the list once again, you know, measure twice and cut once, to make sure that everything is set, everything is good, but we're ready to go.
Okay. I'll ask that you can, or implore you to continue to make sure that you're scrubbing that list so that when, in fact, when this legislation is moved, individuals will be able to receive their retroactive payment. I can't go no place throughout this territory without individuals asking about their retroactive payments.
Absolutely.
Throughout the world. Yeah. All right. Next, we'll recognize Senator Franklin Johnson. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Director Lee, you said that you're up to 2022 in tax refunds?
That's correct.
So what would have been the total for 2022 in tax?
What would be
the total payout owed? Yeah. Owed.
Okay. It's about, owed is about 4 million.
And with it,
no, sorry, my apologies. 16 million is what's owed.
And that's with interest or without interest?
That's without interest. I calculate interest whenever we pay it out.
So with interest, what would you average, because you're already what, a year already passed. So what we're talking about with
Interest is about 8%, so I say maybe 18, 19 million about.
Every time that we late, we're spending the next $2 million plus.
Yes.
Very costly for this government to continue owing, not paying out taxes on time. Very costly. What I want to ask, Commissioner of Finance, in your testimony, you didn't mention nothing about the environmental infrastructure impact fee of $25 per day. What's the status on that? And if it is, how much have we generated within the last cycle?
Directly will provide that. He collects that.
Okay. Well, I have, when you say last cycle, last fiscal year or
last
to
fiscal
now?
year, yes.
Okay. Let me pull that up for you. Seconds on that. Yeah. Give me like 2 minutes just to add it, because it's split. 85% goes to the general fund and 15 goes somewhere, so I have to add.
I'm glad you said that, because that was my next question. So if you could just come up with both of them one time,
yes,
I'll be fine. In the meantime, I'll go to Mr. Reimer. Remember the last time we had conversation with you, you said that you was short-staffed, drastically you was on the man. Since then, have you complements of employees?
Currently, I have approximately 6 vacancies, so I've filled the majority of the positions.
Speaking to Mike a little bit, yeah.
I have 6 vacancies at this point.
At this point, so how much you filled since being on board?
24, roughly.
Wow. And those 6 are badly needed in order for your office to accomplish your task?
Yes.
So the lady next to you been working with you to get him on board?
We talk basically every week.
30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Lee, you ready? It's a good thing I went to Reimer. You'd have killed my time.
So about 5 million. About 5 million.
It's about 5 million, but then you said it was 2 phases. 80% goes.
Yeah, so 4.4 goes to the general fund, and the 15% I believe goes to, I think it's
tourism.
Tourism? Not sure where the other
Part of it
50% goes.
And what's your projection for this budget cycle?
My projection for this budget, I mean, I think it'll stay pretty much the same. You know, because if you know the nature of that fee, it's basically a fee the owners pay for that timeshare that they use it for. Yeah. And it sounds a little complicated, but if they don't use it, they don't owe it.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Next, we recognize Senator Hubert Frederick. You recognize via 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again, everyone, listening and viewing audience, testifiers. We were talking a lot about revenues being generated and also expenses and that tricky balance between the two. My question is to the Commissioner and also you, Mr. Reimer. What is the cost of borrowing on our line of credit? The $50 million and the $100 million. What is that costing us every time you utilize it, especially since you're using almost all of it?
So I'll speak to the $50 million. There was an issuance fee of, I think it's 1%, but it was a little over $1 million.
And what's the ongoing interest on it, the outstanding balance?
There's a usage fee of, 1%, 4%. Once it's below $85 million, there's a usage fee that is applied to it. So if we hit the 85 million, there's no usage fee, obviously. But if we don't, then we pay a usage fee.
And when we get paid down with federal funds, does that include the payment portion, the interest portion of it, or we have to eat that?
The good thing is Director Williams-Osterlin borrows it, or good or bad, borrows it today and pays it back tomorrow. So there's not much.
So we can't charge her.
There's much action.
We got to make sure the feds pay us a little bit. So we were talking about the austerity measures that we have to start looking at. We've got collective bargaining. Attorney Springett, she's negotiating out of good faith that we don't know where the money's coming from, but you know, we proceed.
1 minute.
What are we gonna do, given this very tricky thing? We talked about rental consolidation. We talked about other ways that we could save some money, but these are huge expenses when you look at that we're facing, that we need to quickly figure out how we're gonna pay them down without accessing the line of credit, and which is expensive money. So I don't know how much. We have a lot of negotiations going on. We have you know, retro payments to be made. We've got income taxes to pay back. What does that look like for us, cash flow wise?
30 seconds.
Cash flow wise, it's tight. It's going to require, again, for us to make some tough decisions when we compose the budgets. As you mentioned, you know, consolidation in terms of rental, just focusing basically on our mandatory costs, spending more of our federal dollars timely, and you know, just relying less on general fund, having semi-autonomous agencies be exactly that, semi-autonomous, and not, you know, depending on the government for 100% of their operations.
Mr. Chair, can I finish up? Ms. Richardson, are you pending new employees that are currently in the pipeline that will be hired, and we've actually identified funding for these people?
So I'm just trying to understand your question. In order for them to even get to my queue, they have to have the approved funding from Office of Management and Budget.
So, Mr. Rammer, that means, are we still giving out funding for significant amount of employees? Because I don't know, we're deficit spending right now, so we're supposed to be holding the line, right?
Well, when we look at, in terms of hiring, what we prioritize is actually revenue generating positions. 1, 2, public safety, which is normally police, fire, etc. And then we start to go down the list to determine if it's a need or a want, and that's when we start to say yes or no. Otherwise, we'll just be hiring more and more people. But what we have found is that we're losing as much people as we're hiring, so the number has not moved. So what's happening is you're not really in a deficit, you already have the expense. So right now you're just flat. So what we're seeing is almost a 1-for-1. It's a real anomaly right now that's just happening as one leave, one comes in. One leave, one comes in.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And I'm trying to speed through this because I know that individuals have flight to catch. So we'll next recognize Senator Maurice James. You recognize you have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to keep it short. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the section on gross receipt taxes, I was just wondering, the focus was only on the recovery dollars. Is the gross receipts from non-recovery? You didn't mention it.
Yeah,
is there a reason why?
Well, no reason why, but our gross receipts compared to last year is actually up about 3 million. So gross receipts are
For non-recovery is trending up.
I don't separate, but I'm just saying overall we're up compared to last year, and we expect it to continue to grow.
Growth. Okay. Next question I had was on the where you talk about that there was a reduction in income tax filings directly traced to the reduction of activity in the following industries: business services and tech services. Do you know the reason why there's been a reduction in activity?
I don't necessarily know. I mean, it could be the costs. This is just me analyzing. Maybe the costs. So manufacturers tend to generate a lot of manufacturing when costs are low. So now that costs are, due to inflation, higher, maybe they don't produce as much. I'm not quite sure, to be honest. I haven't quite asked them directly what happened, but.
Yeah, I was curious when I saw that sentence. Commissioner of Finance, so that I don't misinterpret, can you explain the cash pooling approach to me? What that means, the pool cash system? I'm not familiar.
Sure. So Bank 1, general fund. Bank 2 comprised of all the special funds, Tourism Revolving, every other fund that runs the gamut, all of that money just goes into that bank account. So it's just one bank account
1 minute.
for all the other special funds, that we call them.
So you're saying that, well, you said supporting expenses needed and then returning other funds. You're moving the funds from one to the next, that's it?
No, it's just cash. So from a cash perspective,
Cash,
it's just, you just see $500 in the account. From a fund perspective, you see that $500, 200 came from here, 200 came from there,
30
so on
seconds.
and so forth.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner.
No problem.
You're welcome, Senator. Just a reminder that we have Public Works here. We don't want to be left out of the conversation. You may proceed. You recognize Senator James.
My question actually was going to, when you look at all the projects, have we experienced cost overruns in every single project, or are there some that we have not, whether they're current or completed? I'm just wondering in terms of pattern, in terms of when we do business as a government.
Juana Nicholas, Assistant Executive Delivery Manager for Office of Disaster Recovery. To answer your question, Senator, yes, from all industry aspects. And if Mr. McLean wants to add to that or concur, he can.
Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager. So it depends. We've had projects in highway engineering where we've actually came in under, and we've had projects where we've had overruns. So it's a mixture.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that response. The chair will now recognize Senator Carla Joseph. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try to be within my time frame. This question and all of my question, with one exception, is for Mr. Joel Lee, the Director of IRB. Mr. Lee, kindly indicate for us how much gross receipt taxes are uncollected and owed to the government of the Virgin Islands. Do you have a number?
I do not have that. I can provide that for you, though.
Okay, through the chair. And then it's going to follow with, kindly indicate for us the amount of income taxes that are uncollected and owed to the government of the Virgin Islands.
Well, I can give you a more combined picture. So about right now, 100.
No, I don't want to combine.
Okay.
One moment, I don't want a combined picture. I want the picture to be as detailed as my questions.
I'll have to get that for you.
Okay, and excise taxes that are outstanding and owed as well.
Well, excise doesn't get outstanding. They have to pay it in order to clear the shipment. So there's no outstanding with excise.
Right, but do you have any that is lingering there that hasn't been paid?
No.
So you're saying no? Okay, all right, so I'll get those information through the chair. Now, switching to Mr. Reimer, the Director of OMB. In your testimony, I recall this vividly, you had mentioned about the government-wide cost allocation plan that has to do with how much we are getting in indirect costs, et cetera, administrative costs, and then there was a vendor that you had to terminate their contract when they were working on this cost allocation plan. Where are we with that?
There's a new vendor on board now, Senator, and they have begun to work in terms of collecting data in order to provide the indirect costs going forward. There's another part of the contract that we provided to them that would actually give us the de minimis rate currently, which is 15%, that they're working on in terms of the Department of Interior to get that up front until they complete the other work.
Okay, and what is the contract name and what is their time frame to finalize putting together the cost allocation plan for the government-wide?
The first one, which is 2022, we expect sometime probably in May, and then 2023 will shortly follow it sometime during the summer, and then so forth and so forth. I think by the end of the year, we should have 2024.
Okay, and what's the name of the contractor?
MGT.
MGT, and what is the amount being paid for the consultant?
Let me get back to you on that. I think it's $1 million, but I'll verify for you.
Time.
Mr. Chairman, I have just one other burning question. And
you may wrap up, Senator.
Was,
you may wrap up. We're under tight time constraint, but you may wrap up.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to ask, are there what other tax years have we dipped into, Mr. IRB, besides 2024? How much have we paid out in 2023 tax years? Because I know you've been paying. You've paid out for 2023?
No, we have not reached 2023 as yet.
Okay, that was my only burning question. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Potter, you recognize your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This first question is really directed to Director Lee. According to the report, to the testimony, the hotel room tax increased by 10%, but non-hotel room tax dropped by 28%. Given a 28% decline in the non-hotel room tax, are we seeing a shift away from the Airbnb style accommodations, or is this due to just non-compliance with tax collections?
Well, I think my presumption is with the recent opening of the hotels in St. Thomas, I think people have been going to the hotel. You know, they get room service and a lot of other factors. I think it was simply a matter of the inventory of hotel rooms weren't available. So now that hotels are opening up on St. Thomas, people are being drawn to the convenience of an actual hotel.
Okay, and that's really just Frenchman's Reef we're talking about, not necessarily multiple hotels. That's really the only hotel that has been opened up post-hurricane, I think. So you're thinking that they would have that significant of an impact?
Yes, because I think the rates, remember, it's a percentage on the room rate, and I think the rates at that particular business is on the higher end of the scale.
Okay. For the financial team, I guess Commissioner McCurdy, I just want to get some insights into just the strategic thinking of the financial team. Has there been discussion, or is there discussions regarding, you know, an approach towards increasing investments in other key industries beyond tourism, just to create a more resilient, diversified economy that's not, you know, so vulnerable to the pressures of hurricanes and the like? Is there a deliberate move towards developing strategies towards diversifying our economy?
Those discussions are always at the forefront. I imagine in our discussions, as we meet on Tuesdays, we try to think about how, you know, how can we move forward, and part of that, I mean, it's not ready yet for public consumption, but part of those discussions is how do we not rely on just one sector to drive our economy.
Okay, but nothing that's ripe for sharing at this point?
Not as yet, no.
Okay.
Time.
To Public Works. If I may just wrap up this final question, Mr. Chair. With a significant number of multiple projects happening at the same time, as well as the Garvee funding, how is the department ensuring that you have adequate staffing as well as the technical capacity to manage all of these projects effectively?
Good afternoon. Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works. Great question, Senator. So we try a multi-pronged approach. So we use consultants, and we also have increased our staffing in terms of engineering, inspectors, etc.
Yeah.
So you don't have any challenges hiring those engineers? I know that used to be a very difficult position to...
We still do. So we've reached out to want to thank the Division of Personnel. So we do have individuals that we've, like from as far as Africa, that we've recruited into the territory.
Thanks for your response. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter, Senate President. Director Lee, you think that we're doing ourselves a disadvantage by not separating out our gross receipt from the non-disaster recovery projects to the regular projects? I mean, if there is, we know that there are ongoing disaster recovery projects, but the numbers get skewed, or we're not able to really properly analyze our traditional gross receipt taxes. You see us.
Yeah, well, we can. That's a simple mechanism to do, primarily because those gross receipts are mostly what we call upfront gross receipts, taken out once payments are made to vendors. So that's a matter of me asking Commissioner McCurdy of a listing of all the gross. I mean, we have it as well, actually. I may not know who is the, I mean, I guess I can separate it myself and see who's the contractor, but I wouldn't know 100% they're a disaster recovery contractor versus another contractor.
Yeah.
So.
I think it would be good practice if we could at least separate it out so that we could be able to be more accurate in terms of our analysis of the gross receipt.
I don't mind doing that because I had made the decision to separate the hotel versus non-hotel because that came up a lot as well. So
all right,
I will do that.
Thank you for that. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Commissioner McCurdy, how many departments have not received any allotments thus far?
Ms. Serrano?
Yes. For allotments, we have 6 entities that are pending. UBI, of course, I mentioned that earlier, which is 8 out of the 12 million. So we have paid a good amount of allotments, like 38.7 million to date.
Okay, so you said 6 entities have not received allotments.
They have received allotments, but they're pending like their last few.
Okay, the National Guard, Ving, have they received?
Oh, so in terms of the department, you'll have to go to OMB for that. I'm just speaking on the semi-autonomous agencies.
Oh, the semi-autonomous. Okay, so so OMB director. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How many departments have not received allotments?
All agencies have received allotments for the year.
The National Guard have received?
Yep.
I didn't hear what you say.
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right. Now, the Impress Fund for Department of Education, that money comes through finance. Finance have education received that money for the Impress Fund.
Ms. Ebenezer Ran.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the construction?
No, I know I guess the principal is supposed to get an Impress Fund.
The schools.
Schools.
So every year around us getting closer to the summertime, they usually send in for the request. And once they send it in, we give them, I think it's about $50,000 or somewhere around there for the departments. For the schools.
How many schools have received the Impress Fund this year, 2025 this year?
So we usually will start doing that going into the summer. So it'll be around the same time every year. So we haven't reached that point yet.
Okay, so summer would be for 2026.
Well, we have whatever the, so we're in 2025.
Correct.
So based on what they have spent to date, we will do an adjustment and give them the difference of what was spent. So it's just a running balance.
So that's what I'm saying. So have any of them received in 2025?
Not yet.
The Impress Fund. Okay, so 2025 is a wash.
So they have Impress funds available to them. So somewhere around the summertime, whatever they spent,
30
less
seconds.
the 50K, we will replenish. So it's a revolving fund.
Right. So where did they get the money from to spend to be reimbursed?
So they start. So they start with 50K.
Right.
So I think there's 1 or 2 schools that have a little more than that. And then if they spend 10K, up until the time we're ready to
I
replenish.
had that. Excuse me, but I'm saying, so if 2025 budget went into effect October 1, 2024,
yes.
if they have not
Time.
received 50,000 by February, school done in May, and so by the time May comes around, this year, 2025, zero for impress funds. So the impress fund we're looking to get now is going toward 2026 school year.
Yes, yes, I understand your question. Yes.
So why haven't they received the impress fund for 2025? That's my question. You can answer in the chair time. Thank you very Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, you can answer in your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Viola. You may respond, Ms. Serrano.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff.
Order 5 term.
Yes. So once the Department of Education does their assessment and they have provided their bank statements and all the information for us to replenish it, then we will replenish the fund within the next 2 or 3 months it is. But we could get back to you with the specific month that happened.
Senator Viola, a point of information.
Yeah, it was going to be inquiry by information. That whole response was not correct. You have to spend the funds by September 30th. Okay, and if you don't spend, if you have 12,000 left, then you're not going to get a 50. You're going to get 38 because they debit your account. School spent all the monies by September 30th of last year, and they're waiting for this year impress account, and they have not received any dollars. Every single school have received $0. If you're going to give them money in the summer, and I'm directing now to the Finance Commissioner, if you're giving them money in the summer, they only have 2 months to spend the money because they must spend the money by September 30th for the FY25 appropriation. I have moved legislation where the monies are going to remain available until expended because I think it's unfair. But the schools need the money. The commissioner submit everything to the department. We had the commissioner here, we asked a question. She said she submitted all the paperwork and she's just awaiting finance to issue the check. And these schools have not received any monies, and you're going to give them the money when the children are home, when the students are home. That don't make any sense. They need to get the impress monies now, and those monies come from lottery. So the monies are supposed to be there. So, Commissioner, you need to fix that like immediately. Because if they get the money in the summer, something wrong. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had some monies that we sent to a bank in Houston, some part of Texas. I think it was some 250 million before your time. But one of the premise of sending the money there was that we were going to collect a tremendous amount of interest. I think they said some $10 million a year we're going to collect. The interest rate was higher. But I'm looking at the reports from finance and I'm not seeing any monies in interest. I'm just seeing dash. What did we collect in interest on those monies that were deposited in that bank in Texas?
200 million in a bank in Texas?
Yeah. Well, how much interest we collected and where the money gone? Because the legislature and appropriate the spending of any of those monies. Where the money gone?
Senator, I would have to look into that for you. I
had to look into it. I answered this question before I left the last month or so before I left, and like 2 years now. And just about all those monies have been expended, correct? How much you got left?
I cannot, in good faith, give you an answer because I do not know.
Who on your staff know how much money in Texas? We should know. That's a half. I'm not half sure, but
Does Ms. Carty, do you have any idea of what that $200 million might be? I mean, Ms. Carty came after me, so I would doubt it, but.
Who's there from the old regime that know how much money we have left in that particular account? And who can account for the interest and how the interest was spent? And then I'll go through the chair. And Mr. Chair, I want a full reporting. I request that you, through the chair, a full reporting of all interest accumulated and proof as to how that interest was deposited into the general fund and how those monies were used. Because there's a category that says interest in the collection report. And that category for 2024 is all dash. which means that we collected no interest, and I know we did collect interest.
1 minute.
Those areas that really bothering me, I know, but I can't run it no more. The president has proposed that tip wages will be exempt from taxation, correct? And he has said he's going to make sure he's going to, I don't know if you're under executive order, it needs a congressional act, but how is that going to impact the Virgin Islands tax collection? Is it going to, what is the cost?
Well, currently, I have not looked at, I don't have tips separated.
30 seconds.
So I don't really, I can't tell you right now in this moment. I'd have to go and look to see.
You got to start looking quick. I know this thing coming. We need to know what's going to be the impact on the Virgin Islands. There are a number of different changes coming in reference to taxation. Yeah. And we need to be cognizant of all of them so we can know how it's going to impact the FY25 budget. We got to know that. Mr. Julio.
Time.
You got a Spanish name that you don't want to pronounce it because it becomes a bit hard for us to pronounce it on St. Croix. St. Thomas is easier. Julio, but St. Croix is Julio. In reference to, we have federal funds presently in departments, whether it is Human Services, Department of Health, etc. Programs that are 100% federally funded, where vendors have been in another program for donkey years and submitting for payment. What is the mandate to pay those individuals? Because we have programs that haven't been paid for 5-6 months, but it's 100% federally funded. So before you answer, I'm trying to figure out, why would a 100% federally funded program not be paid, not be drawn on and paid? What's the real reason?
If the invoice is stuck at the agency level, we can't pay it.
Okay, so that's a very good answer. But now you're meeting with them. So I'm sending out this because that's the excuse, and a lot of people are owed hundreds of thousands of dollars because it's at the agency level because somebody refused to move 100% federally funded program for payment. At a time when we have Dodge and Elon Musk looking to see cost-cutting measures, and we there here with federal monies not paying people, and they have already provided the service. So if you don't pay and those monies are cut, whose responsibility is going to become? The general fund. Pay them. So if the intent is to really empower the financial team, then the financial team must have some type of leverage in which individuals have to be accountable, and there can be some penalties applied if they're not accountable. If there's anybody within this government within the next 2 months that's still holding on to 100% federal funds and not paying individuals, and I have seen the invoices submitted from 9 months ago, 8 months ago, 7 months, they're submitting the same invoice 4 or 5 times and it's still not being paid. Executive branch need to hold these individuals accountable and need to empower Mr. McCurdy and Mr. Reimer to be able to do their job so that this government could collect the taxes off of those monies. It just doesn't make sense. That's my first recommendation. My second, austerity measures shouldn't be coming from you guys. Austerity measures need to be at a cabinet meeting where everybody is told as to exactly what they need to do to save money to this government of the Virgin Islands. Because definitely this fair weekend, the government cars are flying all over. The austerity measures need to come from the top. We need to act like what we actually are. Broke. The government of the Virgin Islands struggling at this point. Can we get back to a point of where we are stable? I surely think so. But it needs different action. If there's no mandate whatsoever in terms of paying people when we have the money and cutting back, how are we going to become stable? And all the analysis, Mr. Lee, need to be done. You got a lot of work. Your table high. So you got a lot of work to get this thing done. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I'm glad you had this meeting. So I hope that as a result of this meeting, that moving forward, we're going to have a government that is collecting and functioning a lot better. And whatever this legislature could do to be able to enhance what you need to do, you need to let us know so we can make sure the funding is there. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator VLA. Point of information, Senator Maurice James.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just to assist the Commissioner of Finance. It was ARPA funds that was deposited. Oh, you got that? February 2023. It was testified to by the commissioner before you that it was deposited in Texas as, right, exactly. Thank you.
Point of information.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Point of information, Senator Bolquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really wanted to, my point of information is initially from the interest-bearing account. I initially asked about the Epstein monies that were in the bank account, and then Senator VLA inquired about other accounts. My question is for the Commissioner of Finance. How many interest-bearing accounts does the government of the Virgin Islands currently hold at this time?
All of our accounts, all of our accounts are interest-bearing accounts. Part of what we do is rather than paying bank fees, we use the interest to cover those bank fees.
So every single account of the government of the Virgin Islands is in a savings then?
No, it's an interest-bearing or in a CD or some sort of, so because some legislation actually mandates that those monies go into, for instance, the general fund is not in an interest-bearing account, it's just in a bank.
Very well. I'll stop there because I don't want to abuse my point of information, but I think it's important that not only for myself, but any of my other colleagues who may not know, I think it's important for us to understand exactly what those funds are being utilized for, where they're being placed, and how they're being dispersed by the executive branch, at least in our institution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolquez, for your line of questions. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Gittins. You recognize for your 3 minutes. Use it or lose it.
Got to use it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, surrounding the retroactive tax, we keep hearing about paying the retirees. That's good. But we got to make sure that we pay everybody that's owed retroactive. We have a number of active employees, especially those still making $27,000 that needs their retroactive as well. The OMB director, in a response earlier, spoke to revenue generating positions. Are y'all assessing these agencies that's collecting revenues and ensuring that they're working 8 to 5 and not people going to pay and they reach there at 9 o'clock and they say, oh, the window don't open till 10, or they come there at 3:30 and they say the window just closed at 3, when we're supposed to be working till 5? Team, tell me, are we assessing all the agencies that's collecting revenues?
That's an ongoing effort, Senator. What we find is we're finding that we're having some struggles there where you have agencies that don't collect how they're supposed to, but we're working on it.
So we got millions of dollars out there. We need to stop the talk and walk it. All right, so let's get this done. IRB Director, I discussed briefly with you and showed you a document with a 90-day tax amnesty that I'm trying to discuss with my colleagues to cover 3 areas of taxes, income tax, gross receipt, and property tax. Can we work on that so that we could finalize this and make sure we get it forward so we could get some monies in the coffers?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Department of Finance, and I'm trying to consolidate my many questions regarding compliance reporting. How's the governor's financial team or the governor's office ensuring that all relevant agencies are meeting their reporting obligations and complying with the financial regulations?
That's through my office, Senator, and we have a compliance group in my office that actually does that on a monthly basis.
I hope they're like pit bulls and ensuring that compliance is in place?
Correct.
All right. And Public Works, what measures are being taken to ensure that contracts for not only road projects but other contracts as well are being awarded transparently and that the quality of work is monitored effectively, and especially to these road work that I'm seeing throughout the territory.
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works. Thank you for the question, Senator. So what we have done is we, as a team, we have created an internal chief procurement office, monitor contracts, and we have also implemented where operations as well, they join in on inspections with the engineering team.
All right, we could have a more in-depth conversation. Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up with one question. Commissioner of Finance, I have a list of some vendors that haven't been paid for quite some time. Let's have a conversation before you leave the building. Some of these vendor payments are so small, I don't understand why we're not paying these vendors and they have to wait so long for these payments.
Not a problem.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for your responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins, and we're wrapping up. I know that individuals have flights to catch. Director Richardson, do you still have the working from home policy?
There is a policy that was in place, put in place during COVID. At this time, I do know the governor did have a return to work. He did ask for all individuals to return to work. If there were any special circumstances, it had to be approved by the governor.
Do you have a perspective of how much individuals may be on the working from home policy at this time?
No, I do not. Finance might be able to provide that information based on how they have entered their time. There's a special code for it.
Finance, you?
I don't have it with me, but I'm sure Ms. Lindo is listening and will send that information and I will provide it to the chair.
Okay, thank you. Francis Heiliger? He's not there? Okay.
I think
point of information, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Point of information.
My question is to Mr. Jomo McLean. On page 7 of the testimony from the commissioner, spoke about the Spring Gut Road, and I don't like how we start out. It says we anticipate initiating. I ain't like that word there at all, because this Garvee Band project been, I'm quite sure, from 2014. So what's the reality of this project, Mr. Jomo McLean?
Yes, good afternoon, Senator. Thanks for the question, Jomo McLean. The reason why we say anticipate is because we do not have federal highway approval yet for that project. So we can't give a specific date, but we hope that we will have federal approval in March. And so that's why we're pretty confident that we'll be going out to bid after we receive that approval from federal.
Am I right to say these are the 2014 Garvee bonds? 2015?
2015, that's the last project from the 2015 Garvee bonds.
That's quite a long time, and that road is in bad condition. The folks that traverse there, that lives there, I mean, this is a long time. What actually delayed that project to this extent?
We had a series of issues. The most important and probably the biggest one was environmental issues. Once we started the environmental scoping, and we were actually close to completing and getting environmental approval from the federal government, somebody that lives in the vicinity planted some plants that were on the endangered species list. And so then it caused us to have to go through a different process in order to get environmental approval from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife.
Thank you very much.
The project for some time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator DeGraff, you had a point of information?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. To Commissioner McCurdy, how do you determine as to how the vendors get paid? I understand you may have a contracted entity that does that, or what is the process for that?
So the process for determining vendor payment is we work with the departments to tell us what their most pressing payments are. They submit that by order of importance each week. And depending on the cash availability, we pull a payment from them. We pull those payments. However, that approach has not been as, the intended purpose of that was to get feedback directly from the agencies. That has not been what we've been seeing, so we're going now to an approach where we're looking at vendor payments that are crucial to continued government operations. And those are the payments that we pull.
It wasn't contracted out.
No, it's not contracted out. I think what that might be referring to is the efforts from the consultants in putting the report together, but that's not contracted out. That's from the agencies are submitting their payments to the Department of Finance each week on a Monday, letting us know what are critical to their operations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Real quickly, Senator Bulkers, you recognized for your 4 minutes? 3 minutes, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
3 minutes.
Oh, no, I could take 4, but thank you, Mr. Chair. Question, Commissioner McCurdy, is the Virgin Islands Tax Study Commission active? Okay, so is the director of OMB. Take a look at Act 8249. Okay, take a look at Act 8249, the Tax Study Commission. I don't want to lose too much time, but that board is responsible for a number of mandates to include relating to taxes and licenses and fees to determine regulations and other things. So please take a look at that 8249. Commissioner, Act 8915, which we're discussing today, directs biweekly federal fund drawdowns from all government agencies. Is that happening, or are there challenges related to that?
There are still challenges related to that. I know for a fact that there's some agencies, there's a delay. I think OTAG, there's a 90-day delay. And some other, I think it's dependent on federal grants.
You're working on it, though. You're working on trying to rectify those things?
Absolutely.
Okay, just for the sake of time. Director Lee, 8915 includes a penalty waiver program from January to March 2025. What is the projected revenue from this program based on Act 8915?
That's hard to say, Senator, because I don't know what people have. You know, these penalty waivers are to encourage payment for people to come in with cash. I don't know what their cash situation is, so it's really unpredictable.
How many penalties do you have at this current moment in time?
I don't have that answer right now.
Okay, no problem. Also, 8915 requires collaboration with the Attorney General to aggressively pursue delinquent hotel occupancy taxes. What's the current status of that effort?
So right now, my understanding is the Department of Justice is working with a contractor, it's a law firm, to vet them to make sure that whatever their contracting agreement is sufficient for government. I okayed them. From my perspective now, they have to go through a vetting process as far as the contract language.
Okay, and do you have a projection or estimation of what you believe you could garner from that based on those delinquent hotel occupancy taxes?
Could you repeat that question?
Do you have a estimation on what you could be able to recover from that effort, hotel for the delinquents in the hotel realm?
No, I do not.
Don't? Okay. Mr. Chair, may I just have one quick wrap up? I know you've been rushing, but
yeah, go ahead, real quick, Senator.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Commissioner McCurdy, 8915 mandates that all checks returned from insufficient funds be admitted to the Attorney General for prosecution. Is that happening?
This is Director Lee. I can attest to that because I actually met with members of the finance team and the Department of Justice What we found is most of the return checks are simply due because they're big checks and the bank simply rejected them because of signature inconsistencies. That doesn't mean that they were wrong, but for some reason they didn't match the signature card. So what ended up happening, the vendor got that resolved and we're fine. But we did find there were a number of small checks, probably $1,000, that we as IRB, as the biggest revenue generator, we have our means to collect, so we agreed with the DOJ. It doesn't make sense for them to prosecute where IRB still has an opportunity to recover.
Okay, so
we have been in discussions.
Noted. I don't want to abuse my time, but there's money out on the street, so we just need to recoup it so that we can keep moving forward. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. Just real quickly, Commissioner McCurdy, I'll give you a 30-second wrap-up. I know that you got point of information? Yeah, Senator Gittins, you recognize for a point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just pondering regarding the $200 million that my colleague across spoke about from Bank of Houston. You don't receive any bank statements from Houston?
So I think that's related to the ARPA funds, but I would want to consult with the team before giving a record to the public on what that is. So if it is, then I can provide that through the chair.
But you get a bank statement from...
No, it won't say Houston.
Slow down for me.
Sorry.
You get a bank statement from other banks that you do business with, correct?
We get a bank statement from every bank we do business with, yes.
From every bank you do
that is correct.
Business with?
Correct.
So that would include the Bank of Houston?
I don't think it's the Bank of Houston. I think it's a bank in Houston.
Yes, whatever bank it is in Houston, yes. You receive a statement from them?
I'd have to come. It probably is the ARPA fund and it's probably JP Morgan, and we do receive a statement from them, but I would need to give you exact information rather than pontificate on things that I'm not necessarily certain on. I don't want to tell you a story.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Commissioner McCurdy, you want to give a wrap-up or a close-in?
Yes,
at
sure.
this point?
Appreciate the discussion today. I think part of what we're trying to do, this financial team, is to have these discussions. As we indicated when we met, we want to be able to provide you with information so that you're informed as we're informed, and we're working collaboratively to make sure that the people's business are done in a manner that is not just pleasing to them, but also of a standard that we want to provide. So thank you again for the time, and look forward to any opportunity, whether it's here or in private, to disclose how and have pointed discussions on how we can better improve the living standards of the Virgin Islanders.
Okay. And Assistant Commissioner Jennings, you want to do a wrap-up?
Yes, thank you. On behalf of Commissioner Gabriel, I want to thank this body and the 35th legislature as well for the 35th and the 36th for your continued support. The 35th did appropriate some monies to us. We do have those projects on schedule. I want to thank the public for your continued patience with the upcoming road projects that we do have scheduled throughout the territory. So again, I want to also thank the men and women of the Department of Public Works each and every day that you go out and accomplish your tasks. So again, thank you, and thank you, everyone.
Very well. I want to thank you, again, all of the testifiers that come in before us today, the financial team as well as Public Works. I want to thank my colleagues for participation today. I think that the most troubling for me is, again, what's happening nationally that could have trickle effect here in the territory, and we want to ensure that we continue to be fiscally responsible and be good stewards of the funding that's coming into the coffers of the government of the Virgin Islands. We have work to do. While there may be a perception of stability, I think that we truly are challenged, and if the numbers are to be believed, then we certainly have a tremendous amount of work to do here. So there's a number of requests that have been made by my colleagues that will be forwarded to you, so that you could submit them to the chair. Austerity measures is a must. is no longer a choice. I truly believe that we have to tighten the belt. Some of the discussion, the painful discussion about the consideration of our boards and those other mentioned today is something that we have to take under advisement and really work towards. Your success is our success. Your failure will be everybody's failure. So we have work to do there. Our vendors continue to be at the mercy of the government of the Virgin, so we need to make possible at least the payments to them so that they can continue to circulate within the economy. So again, thank you very much. I know that you have a flight to catch, and we'll be in touch because we do have work to do. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance of February the 18th, 2025 is hereby adjourned. God bless.